All right, can everybody hear me? You should be able to. I'll let some people come in. You know what I'm saying? Let people settle in real quick. Didn't send out the notification late. Well, I didn't send out late, but you know, you get the point. Oh wait, let me this on down. Scoot this on down. Scoochie scoochie. Let some people come in. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Drink. There's my drink. Damn my drink. Damn my drink. Drink. It's good. Y'all Charlotte, your boy Ghetto Genius. We back again. We are back again. Yeah, I know this one's gonna be today's kind of a sluggish day for your boy. So last night was a little bit of technical difficulties, if you will, but Lord willing, we made it through the live. Made it through the live stream for the most part smooth. Me and the boys, SOD, TKP, and the man HIT. You know what I'm saying? We made it through. You know what I'm saying? Without really any what's the best way to describe it? Any difficulties really? Just some technical difficulties on my side. I apologize for that. But hopefully I'll get that more squared away over the next few days or so. So that way next Friday, you know, I'll be much more polished and ready to go. But yeah, we're gonna let some people get in here. You know what? Let's hold on. Let's play another song. Let's let some people get in here. Let's let some people get in here first. You know what I mean? Let's let some people get in here. We gonna play another one. You know what I mean? Hold on. Give me a second. We gonna play another one. We gonna let some brothers get in here first. You know what I'm saying? I'll let some brothers get in here first. Give me 1 second. We're gonna let some brothers get in here first. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna let the prep continue to ride on out. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, I know where it's at. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. You know what I mean? All right, come on. Oh no, don't start that. Start that mess. All right. Where is it at? Oh, let's start it all right. You know what I mean? Start the thing all right. You know what I'm saying? We'll let the come on now. Hold on. It's kind of playing games. All right, let's we'll give it another 4.5 minutes. You dig? And we'll see who's in here after that. So, we'll let it ride. All right, we're gonna get started with the show. Um, Once again, it's your boy Ghetto Genius. Come in a little later. I appreciate you for showing up. Yeah, we're gonna get started on with the show. Um, I just want to get started with a precept. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let's set up shot. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Uh, let's see. A little sloppy today. Actually, I just want to start with the precept that was given in the title of the video. Actually, in the thumbnail of the video. Excuse me. The thumbnail of the video. Let's see. James 1:26. James 1:26. If any man among you seem to be religious, and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's religion is vain. Verse 27. Verse 27. Pure religion and undefiled before the Most High and the Father is, and before the power and the Most High is this, to visit the fatherless and the widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. Keep in mind, it's undefiled, meaning what? It's not tainted by man, because man, by nature, are tainted in a lot of ways. Now, why am I saying that? Because today, well, actually, I'm going to read. This is a reintroduction into a series that I did on Patreon that will be returning to Patreon, as you can see in the title, Religion versus the Most High. Right? I did that series. For those who know, and those who don't know, just a refresher. I did that series about 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. At this point, about 2 years ago. And I wanted to touch on all of these religions because shout out to COJ for bringing this out, and from my understanding. But all religions come from paganism, which all paganism comes from the Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system, which all that comes from the ordinances taught by, uh, from a post-flood perspective, Cush, Nimrod, and Semiramis, and then from a pre-flood perspective, Adam and Eve. But because it's all man-made, it's not from the Most High. The Most High does not deal with religions; He deals with a covenant, which we will get to that definition. Uh, we will get to that definition of covenant in this stream, but we can jump to the backdrop. Let's see. Actually, let me just do that. All right. So, as you can see here, do I want to do it this way? I just want to be able to add the comments. You know what? No. Let me do it a different way. Excuse me. Give me 1 second. Kind of sloppy today. I guess I'm trying to what's the word for it? Sample a lot of different things, but we'll just deal with what works the most efficient. This channel called The Grapevine. They've been featured on my boy SOD's channel, Spirit of David's channel. Pretty sure most of you brothers have subscribed. If you haven't, I don't know what you're doing, but shout out to him for letting me be part of that stream always. But we featured, what was it, like I don't know, what was it, social justice type of shit. This channel, they kind of tackle so-called black topics amongst a so-called black panel. Um, Various topics, and one of the topics that they did, when was this? 6 years ago. So, just to be more specific, December 8th, 2016. So, yep, 6 years ago, they tackled religion. Now, there's going to be 3 videos featured here, so just a little heads up. So, we're going to try to get through these, especially this one. We're going to try to get through this as quick as we can, excuse me. And, I'll chime in every here and there. So, without further ado, let's get it popping.
Hello and welcome to The Grapevine. I'm Ashley Kuna, and on today's episode, we're going to be talking about...
Oh, yeah, just to let you know, they kind of talk, the audio might be kind of low, just to let you know. So, I would advise you to listen to it via earbuds. So, just a disclaimer about the audio. I can't really do nothing about that. Mine's is up 100%, so it is what it is. If they're kind of low, just listen to it via earbuds. So, but yeah, let's get it popping.
Religion. But before we get into it, let me introduce you to my panel. To the left of me, I have Shola, Denisha, Bobby, Buchechi, and Ellen. And to my right, I have Donovan, Carl, Mouse, Sheba, and Afis. Welcome to the panel, everybody. Okay, so I recently saw a video of the 8 richest pastors in the world, and I think it was black pastors, and it was, they were mostly African American and Nigerian. And I can't, the common denominator of, I think, that both of the congregations is that, their congregations were very poor collectively. So,
Well,
what do we think of?
Well, of course they were poor. Like, religion's a big fat money grab. It's a big fat scam. It's defiled. It's created by men. So, it ain't gonna be perfect. But, it is wicked though. But, what'd you expect? You got a bunch of money-hungry attention whores trying to engage in spirituality. That's just never gonna work. So, of course they're gonna take all your money.
about what religion has turned into, how it affects the Black community, and all of those things. Go ahead, Ellen.
I don't think that religion has changed. I think people have changed it, or people are using it in the wrong ways. When you see things like that, that's just exploitation of something that was maybe intended to be good. Or there are people who actually use religion for good things, for their spirituality, to find their higher selves. Maybe they take from different religions, but when you see, it makes me really upset when I see that, when you watch TV and you see these pastors who are selling holy water, and they're saying they're going to throw it on people, and then they just get up and start walking. That's just straight exploitation of and taking advantage of people
vulnerable communities.
Who are vulnerable, and it's really upsetting, honestly. I think that people need to learn how to think for themselves, research for themselves, take things that they know work for themselves and motivate them, and use that to move forward. Instead of being cultish and following these pastors, because it's.
Go ahead, Tanisha.
One of the things that I see often is that there's people.
Oh, before she starts talking, she said a lot there. She said that people need to think for themselves. That's true, but religion is going to automatically block you from that because it's groupthink. So it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know how much individualism you expect to come from really any group, but especially a group based in quote unquote spirituality is for the most part not going to happen. You're going to have a unified code to what's the best way to look at it, to operate within that group. That's just how that goes. And yes, you're going to have leadership in order for that group to function. There must be a hierarchy. So it is what it is with that. So, but the problem is, it's wicked. The hierarchy is not based off of the Most High. It's based off of man. So that's the point. The Most High gave a covenant. He didn't give a religion. So no, religion was always bad to begin with. Once again, all religions come from the Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system, which is based off of the teachings of man, i.e. Adam and Eve, pre-flood, Cush, Nimrod, and Semiramis, post-flood. So that's that. And higher self. Oh my goodness. Not that new age woke crap.
That can portray and say that they are spiritual and that they are a leader for the community, but really.
Let's go back.
Go ahead, Tanisha.
Okay, there we go.
One of the things that I see often is that there's people that can portray and say that they are spiritual and that they are a leader for the community, but really be one that you can see in their actions that they're not really of the faith. And the one thing that you can always say is that in the Bible, it tells you that the devil spoke the word of God. So the person could say that they're a preacher and could be just as devilish as anybody.
The devil, what? The Bible said the devil spoke the word of God? Really? The Bible says that? Oh man, let's you know what? Fuck it. Give me 1 second. Let's look this up. I'm not gonna waste too much time with this. Oh, come on now, minimize. Playing. All right. Give me 1 second. Oh, actually, yeah, give me that one. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I probably should have pulled this up beforehand, but she said the devil spoke the word of God. That's real interesting points. Real interesting choice of words to say that that's what the Bible says. Very interesting choice of words. Very interesting. All right, let me see. We got to go to the complete one. I don't want to, I don't want to go to the wrong one here. No, I'm not rating you. All right. Let me see. So I'm sharing that. Let me pull it up. Yeah. Pull this up real quick. All right, you guys should be able to see this. Let me search. This has all the books in it, so we should be able to find this. I was going to type in devil spoke the word of God. Let's see if we find it. We can go partial and exact phrase. Let's see if we find. Oh, look at that. Zero references. Now, maybe. I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try to give her a break. I'm gonna try to. I really should, but I'm gonna try to give her a break, and she might be associating this necessarily with Second Thessalonians. What Second Thessalonians 2, starting at verse 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called, above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he is God, sitteth in the temple of the Most High, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that I was with you that remember ye not that when I was yet with you I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. And then shall the wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause the Most High shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Okay? So maybe, just maybe, she's talking about verses 3 and verses 4. Maybe. But the problem is that ain't got nothing to. The problem is that has everything to do with religion. That has nothing to do with the Bible. So, because the Bible is all about, once again, it's all about the covenant. So, if you're not about the covenant, the Most High is not going to be dealing with you. That's based off of scripture. So, religion doesn't cut it. That's the whole point. Religion don't cut it, man. But, whatever. Do you? Do you, crazy lady? Do you, crazy lady? But, my goodness. Back to the video.
Yeah, so in those situations where you see like these mega pastors that where most of their congregation is not at the same level or not even close, like not even living well, but they're giving all their money to them and getting nothing else in return, they're really being bamboozled right now with someone that is really not really the faith.
Go ahead, Bobby.
You said the Bible, but it's a way to control people and to make money. Like, you can't really look at it.
What? Oh my God, this nigga's funny. I remember him.
As God's word, which is
What?
a big problem I have with, I didn't want to say what she was talking about it, but just because the things are said in the Bible doesn't mean that's literally what happened. Like, I don't agree with that at all.
Well, so now we're getting into a fundamental difference of whether we believe the Bible is.
Well, hold on. Bruh. Like, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Because at the end of the day, this is where people don't understand that the Bible is a history book, which means in order for you to understand what's going on, what is like literally written there, You have to understand history. Some of the most basic tenets of history. The Bible, the English text, it's just a translation of the ancient scriptures. Okay? So when they translated things into English, they had to write it in a coded way. But the coded language represents what actually happened. You just have to dive into history so that way you know what it is. That way you know what this is and what this ain't. Separate meat from the bones. And you come to the truth to the best of your ability. But anybody with a brain knows that the Bible is the truth, man. That's why everybody wants to talk about it. So this guy is not God's word. According to who? You? This nigga.
It's real.
I mean, she brought it up and said the devil, like,
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
understand. Who thinks the Bible? Like, are Christians on the panel?
Yeah.
You're Christian? Oh, atheists on the panel?
Bruh, this nigga raises, once again, what Christian, whatever the fuck that means. This nigga raised his hand and said he's a Christian after he just completely dissed the Bible, man. But he's a Christian, though. Once again, whatever the fuck that means. Just silly. It's the problem with religion, man. Traditions of man, traditions of opinion. That's it. You're following the ways after vain opinions of man when you follow after religions, man. And of course, Christianity, whatever various form of it, is the number one bullshit. Is the number one bullshit. Number one religion, which means the number one bullshit tactic when it comes to spirituality on this planet. So it is what it is. This guy, fucking hypocrite.
Agnostic? Any
Let's get
atheists?
clear.
Hold on.
Who thinks the Bible? Like, are Christians on the panel?
Yeah.
You're Christian? Oh, atheists on the panel?
Agnostic.
Agnostic? Any
Let's get
atheists?
clear.
Anybody
Agnostic?
Muslim?
Atheist, agnostic, brother. Dead men walking, but we're gonna get to that.
So what do you think about whether or not the Bible is real?
I mean, a lot of these texts have the Bible isn't even complete. Like it's not even an actual collection of texts written during that time. So, I mean,
According to who? You? All right.
think about any story. If I take a chapter out of any story, like you could completely change the context of something. Like if, say, I shoot him, but if I take out the part of the story where he tried to shoot at me first, that story looks completely
Changes.
different. So, I mean, whether it's real.
Well, wait a minute. Time out. What you're saying within itself, like from a basic sense, is true, but and to a degree, I mean, you could argue certain chapters of the scriptures have been, purposely removed, but who said that the Bible, because of those things, the context of the scriptures, the context of the message has been changed because certain things have been removed? You? Like, come on, bruh. One of the reasons why some things have been removed over time, now granted we have, due to internet and access to information, we have the ability to recover these things a lot more now. But just because certain things have been removed doesn't mean the context of the message has been changed. But see, that's what happens when you don't know the Bible, man. When you don't know the Bible, you don't know the message that it's trying to present. Lord willing, for those of us who continue to study, that we do. So we're able to take those deep dives into the scriptures and understand the message at all times, no matter what chapter we're reading. But this nigga don't understand a goddamn thing. He just made all that up. He just making shit up, man. It's a damn joke.
I mean, it's historically the information comes from a historical place. Whether it's complete and whether messages were lost in translation is a completely different story. But in regards to religion,
Well, wait a minute. Time out. He just said it came from a historical place. So what historical place did it come from? If it's not truly an historical text because it doesn't come from that historical time period, what time period did it come from? Like, come on, bruh. What historical time period did the Bible come from? What is those precepts in reference to? Especially the historical ones. You're not making any sense, sir.
Even before, the predominant historical place, whether it's complete and whether messages were lost in translation is a completely different story. But in regards to religion, even before, the predominant main monotheistic religions we have now, religion was always used as a tool to control and subjugate societies. And whether it's the pharaohs or whether it was the Indians, telling people you can't do certain things because, the rain god doesn't want us to do this or whatever.
You heard that? The Pharaoh. You heard that shit? The Pharaohs. Once again, Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system. Come on, man. Pharaoh Manes, Pharaoh Narmer. Cush Nimrod. Come on, man. Anyway.
But I think the biggest problem with blacks and religion, and I mean, the messed up part about it is for some black people, they use that religion as a tool to better themselves. But for the majority of black people, religion sells mediocrity in the sense that, deal with the stuff you have now because the afterlife is going to be better. Let go and let God. So it kind of mutes that initiative within the black community, which you don't see, say within the Asian community where their belief structure is set up a little different. You kind of see it in the way they act and move about because they kind of value what their actions do on this earth like it's part of their belief structure. So I just think that's
this nigga has not taken any type of dive into the scriptures whatsoever. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. There's nowhere in the scriptures where it says you can be lazy and just believe in the Most High and everything's going to work out for you. But you know what? Whatever.
You spoke about how half of the story is told, right? In the Bible, you said half the story is told. But then you did the same thing a few sentences later when you said, you spoke to affirmation in the Bible, let go and let God. Well, it isn't saying it kills the initiative. When also in the same Bible, it says faith without works is dead. It also says the man without a vision shall perish. You get what I'm saying? It says write down your vision and make it plain. I'm not here to preach, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if done within proper context and if everybody looks at it as everybody here is human. The Bible also says we're in the world but not of the world. It also says that we're just here having a natural experience, right? So we have to live through that, right? So we may look to these pastors and see that, okay, you're my shepherd, you were deemed by God to lead, right? But that
no sir. What the fuck? See, I let him rock because for the most part he was telling the truth there. But bro, the hell? These pastors they're your shepherd? They were ordained by the Most High? No, sir. No. All of them were called by Satan to various degrees. Here's what it is. You don't like that? I don't give a shit. All right? I don't give a shit. I didn't ask you what you like. All right? All of them pastors are just shepherds of the Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system. It is what it is. Because once again, all religions go back to the Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system, i.e. the ordinances of the teachings of Ham, Cush, and Nimrod, as well as Semiramis. And they're from a pre-flood perspective, Adam and Eve. Period. Ain't got nothing to do with no damn Most High and his son. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Alright? Which means it has nothing to do with the Bible. So, I don't know what the hell you talking about, Pastor. Pastor this, pastor that. Boy, yeah, okay.
doesn't make you perfect. And what happens a lot of times in these religions, you follow the pastor more than you follow Christ. And also the pastor, a lot of times, just as much, makes that a thing, makes that the thing to do. He becomes he becomes the nucleus of the bubble. He becomes important, and then everything built around him is something that makes sure he can do what he wants, and no one can question it.
And I agree with everything I love everything that you just said, but I think the issue is all of the other Bible verses you just spoke. Mm-hmm. I don't really hear those. I always hear let go, let God. This is you know what I mean?
Well, I think if we're
duh, because that's the whole point. But you know what? Time out. Let me look at something real quick. shit. Hold on. Let me look at something. In 1 second. It would have to be the New Testament. It would have to be the New Testament. So, give me 1 second. Sorry about this. Yeah, just as I thought. There is no. Where is this precept that they're talking about? Let go and let God. What are you talking about? Can anybody tell me? Cause I just looked it up. I don't see it. Where the fuck is let go, let God at? Where the fuck is that precept at, man? What are they talking about? What is that in reference to? Let go and let God. What precept is that? If y'all find that, come let me know. I mean, goddamn. Oh yeah, by the way, shout out to the boy Yonde, Chef Yonde in the building. You know what I mean? Chef Yonde in the building. Shout out to D Real G in the building, man. We appreciate y'all coming through. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate all y'all coming through, man. If y'all brothers can let me know what precept is that let go and let go and let God. What is it? What is that in reference to? Because I've heard that a lot. I didn't even know a goddamn Christian song that was like that. Please let me know. Shout out to Messiah in the building. I think he meant his Bible, which is Twitter. Oh, shit. Yo, that's hilarious. Hey, it's possible, because I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Let go and let God. His God is goddamn his Twitter followers and shit. Oh, his God's name is his at name. Like at name. What are you talking about? Shepherd by God. Man, it's just silly. Now, I've already seen this, but watch what he says next, man. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. Let's watch what he says right here.
Everything that you just said, but I think the issue is all of the other Bible verses you just spoke. I don't really hear those. I always hear let go, let God.
This is
You know what I mean?
Well, I think if we're talking about in that realms of if you've done everything else, right? We're talking about if we're just, it comes up a lot here. So, it's the grapevine. So we're going to talk about Black Lives Matter. If we're talking about in regards to that, right? If we talk, number one, I'm completely disgusted with the church's lack of involvement in Black Lives Matter. That's number one. Number two,
bruh. The liberal so-called black man strikes again. The liberal so-called black man strikes again. What the fuck? Black Lives Matter? Give me a break. Now keep in mind, this was in 2016, just to put this into context. But dude, seriously, if you a so-called black man and you still in Black Lives Matter, bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. You're a spiritual dumbass, bro. I can't. Oh, Chef, come on, man. Let go, let God, because God loves everybody. Oh, allegedly. I mean, seriously. Agreed, D Real G. He had me, then he lost me. I agree, brother. When I first watched this, I was like, okay. He's kind of going there, but woo, he fumbled that real fast. Oh yeah, by the way, fair use YouTube, fair use YouTube. Don't flag the boy like last night, man. We ain't got time for that bullshit, man. But fair use YouTube, fair use, okay? Fair use. Damn it, keep going.
When it comes to let go and let God in that realm, it's given the fact that we've done everything else. We've led, we've marched, we've protested, we've got violent, we've looted, we did all that. So at this point, at this juncture, you might want to let go and let God.
So
This nigga said we have done everything we could. We have rioted and we looted. Nigga, are you insane? How the fuck does that work? How the fuck does that get us anywhere? Because half the time you're looting the fucking stores that niggas would go to. Jackass. But whatever. I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to at least get through this one before we get to the real meat and potatoes. Let's get it.
This is just to point this out. My issue with because I'm a Catholic. I'm Roman Catholic. I grew up in the church.
Wow.
My issue with the church or with Black people and the church, is from the time of slavery, the Bible was used to make us passive. So now the problem is that
tell that to Nat Turner.
We have forgotten those. First off, Jesus was a rebel. He did things that was not of his time, which is why he was crucified, which was why he was pushed to crucifixion occurred. So if you have that, but yet you're teaching of this loving Jesus and this idea of slavery being in the Bible and all this stuff, Black people are still continuing.
Because slavery is in the Bible. And, within its basic concept, there's nothing wrong with slavery. I know I just said it. Black people, pro-blacks, triggered! I don't care. Okay? Once again, the term slavery just means servitude or servant. Well, slave just means servant in its basic sense. And also slavery just means servitude. Okay? It can be dentured, meaning contractual, or indentured, meaning lifetime. So, there's good ways and bad ways to go about it. A lot of those topics, just to let y'all know in advance, all those topics will probably be discussed on this channel, I believe, starting in February for, quote unquote, so-called Black History Month, the most pathetic month of the year. Okay? So those topics will be discussed along with others. Probably, camp doctrines, things of that nature will probably be discussed over those 4 weeks, those 4 Saturdays or so in February. So, keep an eye out for that.
Only following these verses, rather than following the verses about faith without works, and following the verses or remembering the story of Jesus, how he cleared the temple because he was angry and said, this is not how it's supposed to be. So there's, trying to avoid anger and trying to avoid all this stuff and saying, because God doesn't like this or God doesn't like that. These are all things that was used to pacify us in order to keep us from elevating past our certain, our certain situations.
So my thing with religion is, I grew up in Nigeria and my parents were very religious up to a point. And I think from a very early age, I just never really liked going to church. So as far as I was concerned, it was something that was forced. So it was something that was forced, and I hated the fact that it was forced. But then I was living in a society that was so religious and not really seeing that play out in how we were treating each other sociologically. And so in accordance with what you're saying, Nigeria does have that problem with pastors leading congregations and people are starving and they're in private jets, and churches are actually built for the elite.
Yes.
And it's actually really,
in the words of Kanye off of Watch the Throne, sorry I'm in pajamas, but I just got off the PJ. Oh shit. Well, once again, religion is just a money grab. So, I don't know what you expect from these churches. They're going to get as much money as they can. It's, religion is big business, whether it's, mosques, temples, Buddhist, whatever, shrines, wherever the fuck you want to, wherever the fuck these pagan bastards go to. It's just big business. It's good money. It's a money grab. Pretty much everything in this society is pretty much commercial. So, it is what it is. The problem is when you try to apply a spiritual context to it, especially from the wrong perspective. Then that's where you lose niggas like me and other NWBs. But it is what it is.
go in the hospital to see
Yeah.
doctors because they'll go to their pastor.
There was an issue on Twitter the other day of a church in Nigeria that brought out a list of what you needed to do to get married in this church. And it was like 20 rules. It was just all like really ridiculous things. And I think that one thing we're missing when we talk about religion and spirituality is the point of religion, I think, was for fellowship, for us to kind of commune together. But the things start to institutionalize, that the more that fellowship becomes concrete, the more that fellowship becomes an institution. So it has norms and it has values, and then those things, human bias becomes enacted on spirituality, and that's where I have a problem.
Go ahead, Shola.
Just to kind of piggyback on what Sheba said, when I went to Nigeria this year recently, and I got off the plane, like I almost like broke down. Like, yo, this country is just torn down. There's people in the streets, but I didn't see not one person crying. Like they're all like, "Hey, what's up?" or whatever. I'm like, "What is it?" And then one of my friends that was there was like, "It was religion. Religion keeps these people faithful that things are going to get better." So that kind of made me feel good. But then kind of looking back, I'm like, is it religion that's actually kind of keeping them at this level from, rising up and making a change for themselves?
It's
Do you believe in the Bible?
No.
Okay, well then, all right.
I believe in
Of course you don't. But I mean, I'll say this: the scriptures do say on multiple occasions, "Blessed is the poor man over the rich man," and even Christ tells you it's almost impossible for the rich man to reach the kingdom of heaven anyway. Matthew the 19th chapter. So I mean, there's that. But once again, pastors would try to take scriptures like that and completely flip it to their own self-worshiping, narcissistic money grab agenda. So there's a lot of times these precepts have a left hand and a right hand way of interpretation. So you just got to continue to remain humble, and hopefully you get a more so of a right hand interpretation than left hand, because these pastors are definitely satanic.
the messages.
So you solely believe in the Bible wholeheartedly?
Do I believe in? I believe in the Bible. I have an issue with some things in the Bible? Absolutely.
Whatever the fuck that means. This guy. I believe in the Bible, but I got issues with about I don't know, about 3 or 4 chapters. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you, bro. Oh man. Let me see. Messiah, do you think it'd be easy to explain to them that whatever doctrine they believe in can be qualified as a religion? Let me read again. Do you think it'd be easy to explain to them that whatever doctrine they believe in can be? Yeah, you can. Because of course, any truth can be explained anyway. Shout out to Rendy, always in the building. You know what I'm saying? Rendy all in his building. But back to Messiah's question real quick. What's the best way of putting this? Yes, any truthful information can be explained in a lot of ways in an easy way, especially if you've done a lot of time studying and understanding parables and things of that nature. Yes. So the question is not necessarily, is it easy to explain to them that? The question is it easy for them to receive it? Is it easy for them to receive holy information? And I'll let the scriptures answer this question. Let me stop sharing real quick. I'll let the scriptures answer this question. I will let the scriptures answer this question. Matthew chapter 5. Chapter 6. Sorry. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Sorry. Matthew chapter 7, verse 6. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna read that one again, but I'm gonna I'm gonna go in from the beginning real quick. I'm gonna do a cross reference here, real quick. Proverbs. This might have been, I believe, the first precept I ever truly studied and kept it in my mind. Proverbs 9, starting at verse 6. Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reproveth a scorner getteth to himself shame, and he that rebuketh a wicked man getteth himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. The fear of the Lord Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. For by me thy days shall be multiplied, and the years of thy life shall be increased. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself. But if thou scornest, thou alone shalt bear it. So, and then of course, what does that mean in the sense of the New Testament? I'm gonna read it one more time. Matthew 7, verse 6. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you. So once again, basically what that's saying is kind of it. Yes, holy things, once you study them, can be easy to communicate to anyone, but you have to be careful to explain it to anyone, let alone, especially everyone, because the average person can't get it. The average person is not going to get it. The average person, well, we're only talking to Israel here. The average Israelite is not going to get it. Those motherfuckers at the table, some of them might be Israelites, some of them not, but the average so-called black person in this captivity, i.e. America, i.e. New Egypt, New Kemet, New Babylon the Great, the average person is not going to get it, man. The average person is not going to get it no matter how many ways you explain it to them, no matter how many parables you give them. They're only going to destroy the holy information and trample it that you've given them. That's all they're going to do. So it's not necessarily the better question would be not whether it's easy to explain to them, but is it easy for them to receive it? And the answer to that question is no. Just like for us, it was a challenge for us to receive holy information, truthful information about the scriptures. But we had to take our time, and we had to study. We had to continue to pray to the Most High to give us that bread, that spiritual knowledge that will feed us and quench our thirst for times to come. So that challenge is something that the average Israelite will never accept nor succeed in. So it is what it is. All right, back to the video. Oh, hold on. Let me read these comments real quick. Oh, hold on. Let me get back to the video. Wait, oh no, not that. There's tab. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now let me go back to this real quick. Some of these comments. Once again, Rennie in the building. Shalom to your brother. Shalom. D-Real G. Got to start with that person. Got to start with. Oh, okay. Got to start with the glass half full, I guess. Oh, got to start with that milk. See, I can't see, my vision's messed up. Yeah, I got to start with that milk. That person is the ability to be able to humble themselves as a child, as the scriptures state. Yes, sir. Sorry for not being able to read that. My vision's messed up, and that emoji is very bright. But I agree with you, sir. Needs ability. Yes, sir. Most of our people not humble. Absolutely. That's the number one thing. That's where religion comes into play. Religion promotes narcissism, which is, of course, of Satan. So it is what it is. They have no chance. Okay, they have no chance of getting it. So it is what it is. Oh no, you good, brother? That's on me, man. My vision's messed up. So, bright stuff like this, I can't. It's kind of hard for me to see. I got to keep I got to keep a lot of things necessarily in like dark mode with like the letters in like a white letter. So that's not you, that's me. Vision's messed up, but I can still see a little bit. I still got a little bit of vision left. Now, let's continue on.
So because if we're being honest,
Look at that.
I'm an
Hold
American
on,
black
hold on. Look at
person.
this shit.
I
Look
have
at
an
this shit.
issue with. Do you believe in the Bible?
No.
Okay, well then, all right.
I believe in the messages.
But you solely believe in the Bible wholeheartedly.
Do I believe in? I believe in the Bible. I have an issue with some things in the Bible. Absolutely. So because if we're being honest, I'm an American black Christian. I was raised in a black church, so I was raised that underneath the fire and brimstone messages. Basically, there was no messages of knowledge of doing better. It was all the messages was geared towards, if you don't do what I say, if you don't do what you said, you're going to hell, right? Now I don't do that. No, because the message has grown in the church that I grew up with. I'm thankful for growing up in that church because the message progressed in that church, where there are some people who, I'm 27 years old, who go to a church for 27 years and the message is still fire and brimstone.
Yeah, but you
Nigga, I guarantee you that church has no idea what fire and brimstone is referring to. How much you want to bet? I mean, seriously. The message is fire and brimstone. Give me a fucking break. Just buffoonery. Oh, the message, their message is fire and brimstone. Guarantee you they have no idea what the term fire and brimstone is in reference to. Guarantee.
quoted the Bible.
Absolutely did.
But and you pick and choose what you use the Bible.
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Right,
No.
question.
What I do is I don't.
Do you fornicate?
Do I fornicate? Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. So
What?
Personally,
Absolutely.
so how can you, in the Bible, you
That nigga fornicate? Brother, you commit fornication, brother? You be fornicating over there? Once again, another thing. Guarantee you that he, let alone his church, has no idea what the term fornication means. Are you crazy? This nigga fornicate. This nigga's a fucking fornicator. Come on, bruh. A fornicator? This nigga's a proud fornicator. He has no idea. Oh my goodness. Hey, back to this comment. Most of our people are not humble. Agreed. Like, what the fuck? These niggas don't study shit. They really think These niggas have no idea what the term fornication means. We already know what the church system promotes as fornication. He said, oh, hell yeah. That is, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I definitely fornicate. Oh, my God. Once again, the church has no idea what the term fornication means. They really think it means premarital, quote unquote, premarital sex. Oh, boy. Ignorant bastards.
believe what God says and
Right.
how God.
Well, let's set this up.
No. What I do is I don't.
Do you fornicate?
Do I fornicate? Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so you personally,
Absolutely.
so how can you, in the Bible, you believe what God says and how
Right.
God?
Because God is a God of faithfulness. God is the same Bible that you're trying to use to persecute me.
Wait a minute. He's a God of faithfulness? He's a God of faithfulness. He's a God of faithfulness. I just want to see if this is in the scriptures. I just want to know if this is even a word. Let's just look this up in the scriptures. Okay, so it's not there. No shit. Faithfulness. Hold on. Faithfulness. Okay, so this is a word. Faithfulness in the Bible? Bruh, no. They try to quote Hebrews 11:1 when you Google research that. No, stop it. I'm telling you, man. This society got to go.
What is that?
But
mean?
fornication is more aligned with. First of all, it means having sex with a prostitute under a bridge. That's what it means.
That's not how we.
That's the literal meaning.
Whoa.
In the
What do you
Bible,
say?
you believe what God says and
Right,
how God.
because God is a God of faithfulness. God is the same Bible that you're trying to use to persecute me.
What is that? mean?
Whoa. I know I did not just hear what I just heard. I know I did not just hear what I just heard. I had to rewind it back, just in case if y'all missed it. I know this dude on the left did not just say what I think he said, what he thinks fornication means. I know he did not just say that. I know he didn't say that. But I just need to hear this again.
Fornication is more aligned with. First of all, it means having sex with a prostitute under a bridge. That's what it means.
That's not how we.
That's the literal meaning.
You gotta go and you gotta do your research for yourself.
Exactly.
That's not
But
what fornication
even in your defense against me, I will give you that.
Wow. This nigga said fornication. Just in case if you didn't hear that, this man literally said fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a bridge. Okay? Once again, this man said fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a bridge. I'm going to get my Ifantunde on and say it for a third time. That man said fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a bridge. Back to the scriptures. Back to the motherfucking scriptures. Back to the scriptures. I mean, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. This man said fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a bridge. Let's see. Should be 1 Corinthians 9. Hold on. Let me just go to Romans. That's the one I know for sure. Romans 1. We're not going to read it. We're just going to go to the definition of fornication. That's all we're going to do. Morality. Let's see what we got. Fornication. Porneia or porneia in the Greek. All right? Now let's slow build this. Let's do this slow. Let's not go real fast. Let's build up to it. So let's go real slow with it. Let's actually hear the definition. Let's actually hear the spelling of the word. Porneia. Thank you, white man. Devil. Anyway, look at this. Illicit sexual intercourse, adultery, fornication, even though I don't know why they really put that there, because adultery and fornication is really two different things. But look at that. Fornication, homosexuality, lesbianism, intercourse with animals, etc. Sexual intercourse with close relatives, Leviticus 18th chapter. You could also go with 20th if you want to. Leviticus 20th chapter. Sexual intercourse with a divorced man or woman, that's adultery. I don't know why that's necessarily there, but whatever. Metaphor, worship of idols, of the defilement of idolatry, as incurred by eating the sacrifices offered to idols. So you see all this here. One, where the fuck does premarital sex come into this? That's number one. Two, where the fuck does the prostitute underneath the bridge? You can't make this shit up, man. I mean, I'm telling you, man, people we are living in a time where people can literally make shit up. And that's what's so crazy, because we are in the age of information. Look at how quick it took for me to look this up. It only took me 30 fucking seconds. Due to technology and these Bible apps and things of that nature, it only took me 30 seconds to look up what the term fornication means. Okay? Just a quick overview, just to look this down. This is what fornication means. It took me 30 seconds to do this. Meanwhile, we are literally watching a video of motherfuckers talking about that is premarital sex wrong, and that is having sex with a prostitute underneath the bridge. I mean, you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. I mean, seriously. You really can't make this shit up, bro. I mean, exactly, Messiah. Under a bridge. Like, really? You can't be any more specific. Under a bridge. So what if it's on top of the bridge? What if it's right next to it? Is it fornication then? Like, give me a fucking break. Under a bridge. I didn't hear the under the bridge part. Hold on. What must I say? Bro, please go back one more time. I need it. I was just about to do that. Sir. Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna wind back about 30, 40 seconds. That way we can get the full crux of this. Okay?
Okay, so you personally, so how can you?
Hold on.
Message progressed in that church where there are some people
Okay,
who, I'm
here we
27
go.
years old,
Right
who go
here.
to a church for 27 years and the message is still fire and brimstone.
Yeah, but you quoted the Bible.
Absolutely did.
And you pick and choose what you use the Bible.
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
All right,
No.
question.
What
Let
I
me ask
do
you- let me
is I
ask you
don't.
first, do you fornicate?
Do I fornicate? Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so you personally,
Absolutely.
so how can you, in the Bible, you believe what God says and how
Right,
God?
because God is a God of faithfulness. God is the same Bible that you're
But
trying to use to
fornication isn't even
persecute me.
premarital sex. That's
What
not
is
even-
what does that
But
mean?
fornication is more aligned with, first of all, it means having sex with a prostitute under a bridge. That's what it means.
That's not how we.
That's the literal meaning.
That's the literal
You
definition.
gotta go and you gotta do your research for yourself. That's not what
But
fornication
even
is.
in your defense, again,
Well, we just did. And we didn't see what you was talking about, so you know. By the way, you guys can Google this on your own, but I've already done it last night for the sake of this video. I didn't find any reference for what he's talking about, because realistically, for any bullshit for any understanding, for any type of information, whether it's considered misinformation, information, or disinformation, you can find some type of article on it. I don't know, a tweet, whatever the fuck. You can find some type of reference to where people get their ideas from. This was the first time where I did not get any reference to fornication being having sex with a prostitute underneath the bridge. Now, granted, only researched it for about 10, 15 minutes because the sentiment is just such a joke. It's a waste of time. But if you brothers can find that shit, let me know. Just send me the link. On Instagram, Discord, you can text me the link, whatever. If you guys find a reference for that says that fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a bridge, please send it to me. Please send me that link. I gotta have that. I gotta know where the fuck he got that bullshit from. I have to know. I'm sorry. I have to know. I mean, come on.
against me, I will give you that. I do fornicate.
choosing.
I'm not picking and choosing what I'm. I'm somebody who falls short. I'm somebody who.
Yeah, but
who
who
falls.
allows you to say that you're allowed to fall short? If you're gonna follow the Bible, how can you follow the Bible and say I have to?
Because once again, God is a God
Says who?
of forgiveness.
That's the Bible.
Well, the Bible that we're going off of.
How can the same person that writes the Bible?
Oh, real quick, Randy, I already knew, brother. I already knew that we was on the same page, brother. That's why I went back to it, because I knew, like you said, you didn't hear it. So that was the real reason why I was going back. And then Messiah requested the playback, so I definitely had to do it for the. I definitely had to deliver that classic ignorant moment in YouTube history to the brothers for a third time. Oh my goodness.
He didn't write the Bible.
Okay, who wrote the Bible? Who said that you can pick?
The Bible was wrote by men.
Okay, Tanisha, go ahead,
So there's 3 points that I heard in this one that the Bible in slavery times was used to hold people down. Yes, because at the same token, Black people couldn't read.
That's not true. And no, it wasn't. The Bible was not used for anything. The slavery Bible was. The quote-unquote slavery Bible, for brothers that know what I'm talking about, you know. For other brothers, you can look that up. There's other YouTube videos on that. By the way, I will probably include that within my within the so-called Black History Month theme live streams coming in February. So, keep an eye out for that. But no, ma'am. So-called Black people could read. Some couldn't, but some could. Like, that's a fallacy. And once again, I'm about to say this again. I'm gonna be honest with you. The average so-called Black person back then was not enslaved in general. That we're gonna go over this in February, but when you look at the U.S. Census, if you look up the U.S. Census back then, the charts and things of that nature, only a few states in the South achieved that feat of at least 50% of the so-called Black population being enslaved. I believe Georgia achieved it. Virginia achieved it. Alabama achieved it. And I believe South Carolina achieved it. Florida was close. Louisiana was close. But they never achieved 50%, which means they never achieved the majority. They never achieved even half, let alone the majority. And for Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama, they didn't achieve that shit until the 1800s. So this whole 1619 and whatever, ripped off the west coast of Africa, all this bullshit. First off, 1619 project's not even real. That's not even based off of real history. The creators of that, the authors of that, whatever, they already came out and said it's more so of an idealistic rather than a realistic look at history. So it is what it is. But all that will be included within those live streams. So if you want to be on that panel, let me know.
When they weren't allowed, the law made it against the law for you to be able to learn and knowledge. So other people were interpreting the word for them. Right. So until you can internalize the word for yourself, you don't get the opportunity to understand and read the word and know it for yourself. So yes, people pick and choose.
The woman's not gonna be able to know the word for herself. That's why she can't teach the Bible. So you know what? Whatever.
Choose things out of the Bible and use it to their own values or their own purpose at any given point in time. Because you can see someone will snatch one part of the Bible in the Old Testament that says, you are going to die if you get tattoos, if you eat shrimp, if you do this, if you do that, or the third. But you know that full and well that there is a new gospel that talks about God and forgiveness, because Old Testament God was a vengeful God that basically killed you for everything. Right.
Literally, God or did he change?
How can you?
God evolved. God evolved, and God also
God evolved. The Most High evolved. Really? He evolved. On what grounds? On what grounds did he evolve? You know what? Make sure we ain't got no comments first. Shout out to the boy Zoe in the building. The Mormon Bible, basically. Thank you, sir. I need to know where people get this info from. They say blacks couldn't read. I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure this out. Because how the hell Nat Turner could read? But anyway, calling compressed the son of Ham exclusively. They get it from the popular narrative. Absolutely. Messiah, that's just terrible. Agree. But you know what? Hold on. Imagine putting a limit on the Most High saying he evolved. I mean, good grief. Evolution is one of the biggest bullshit concepts in modern history. Which, I mean, you know what? There might be a good live stream idea one day. Might be able to tackle that issue. But I would just need a backdrop for that. But anyway. That's that's real narcissistic to say. I agree, sir. But you know what? We're we're gonna look at two precepts real quick. We're gonna look at two precepts real quick to illustrate a point that she tried to make. Let's see. All right, we're gonna look at Malachi. Oh shit, Malachi, the 3rd chapter, I believe. Oh, get out the way. Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. You know what? I'll start at verse 5. Malachi 3, verse 5. And I will come near you for judgment. I will be a swift witness against sorcerers, against adulterers, against perjurers, against those who exploit wage earners and widows and orphans. Ooh, sounds like the church system. And against those who turn away an alien because they do not fear me, says the Lord of hosts. For I am the Lord Yahweh. I do not change. Therefore you are not consumed. Therefore you are not consumed, O sons of Jacob. Now, he says he do not change, which means the prophecies, the promises, the statutes, and the commandments did not change. As a matter of fact, new covenant. We're going to go to, oh my goodness, we're going to go to Matthew 5. Get the testimony of Christ himself. Christ himself. Matthew 5, verse 17. Do not think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For surely I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Where is she getting this notion from that the Most High is just completely forgiving? You can just do whatever you want. The Most High is just going to forgive you. Where is she getting a notion from? The Most High, through the prophet Malachi and through his son Yahushai, both Old and New Testament, just confirmed to you that that's not the case. You still have to follow the commandments. But anyway, let's get one more. First John chapter 2. Starting at verse 3, testimony of John. Now by this we know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He who says, I know him, and does not keep his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoever keeps his word, truly the love of the Most High is perfected in him. By this we know that we are in him. He who says he abides in him ought himself also to walk just as he walked. Here it is. Here's the kicker right here. Then verse 4. But verse 7. Brethren, I write no new commandment to you, but an old commandment, which you have had from the beginning. The old commandment is the word, which you heard from the beginning. Okay? Where the fuck is this stupid bitch getting this notion from that the commandments have been done away with? But you know what? You want to know why she's doing this shit? It's because she thinks she can teach. I'm going there. Fuck it. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. 1 Timothy 2. Let's see. 1 Timothy 2. I'll just start at verse 8. Whatever. Once again, we've already been over the term church. means congregation of Israelites. Anyway, 1 Timothy 2, verse 8. I desire, therefore, that men pray everywhere, lifting up holy hands without wrath and doubting. In like manner also, that the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with propriety and moderation, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly clothing. Meaning what? All these bitches that want to go out here and, try to get niggas to spend a bag, or they trying to spend a bag on themselves and all this other shit. No, that does not make you a great woman at all. That does not make you wife material. Anyway, but which is proper for the woman professing godliness with good works. Those are her works. Those are good works. Let a woman, well, for the woman that is, let a woman learn in silence with all submission. And I do not permit, you know what? Hold on. Go KJV real quick. The original. I like this terminology for this verse. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over a man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression. Back to the NKJV. For the last one, nonetheless, she will be saved in childbearing if she continue in faith, love, and holiness with self-control. Okay? Once again, how does she do that? What is self-control in reference to? The first thing that the woman has to control is her fucking mouth. Okay? She has to control her fucking mouth. So what does that mean? Well, in general for people when it comes to the scriptures, but especially the damn woman, she's got to do 3 motherfucking things. You got to 1, shut up. 2, shut the hell up. Or 3, and most importantly, you got to shut the fuck up. Why? Because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Spiritually. Disclaimer. Period. The woman has no idea what the fuck she's talking about when it comes to scriptures. And it's a goddamn shame because the so-called black man has yet to tell her this shit. That's why she's running around thinking that she can teach the Bible. And she can't teach a goddamn thing. She can't teach shit. She can't teach not a goddamn thing. Okay? It's a damn shame she's up here trying to teach the new covenant. Fuck out of here with this bullshit.
No. Okay, so wait. Can I finish? Can I show what I'm saying? Because remember where he sent the flood, right, to wipe out all the people, and he said that his heart was turned towards the people because he's like, I would never do that again because I understood
that was the sign of that's what the rainbow is.
That's what I'm saying because God
wipe out the earth with water.
He said next time it's fire.
The next time it's fire.
But the thing is that he understood. No, but I'm saying,
just because I just don't want that part of the word to be.
He said next time it's fire.
So what happened is God didn't.
Thank you, sir. I can at least give you credit on that. Thank you. He never said he wasn't going to wipe out the planet again. He just said he just wasn't going to do it via water. Next time it's fire. Okay. Now you have to understand what the term fire is in reference to, but that is clear in the scriptures. Fire and brimstone. So no, man, you have no idea what you're talking about. But makes sense because the scriptures was not written to you. So the Most High is not dealing with you in that way. So it is what it is.
And what happened there was a covenant. So we kind of jumped, right? We kind of jumped from Old Testament to New Testament.
What?
See, what happened was once Christ gave his life, there was a covenant made. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what happens in Leviticus, where that's what happens when things were amended in Leviticus, where we can eat shrimp and we can shave, and we're not going to go to hell for the covenant between Christ and
God. Yes, that's why Jesus died.
What the fuck is this nigga talking about? When in the New Testament was people eating shrimp and pork and crab and lobster, all these other unclean foods? When did that happen in the New Testament, sir? This nigga had the nerve to say that because of Christ's death, we now can eat wherever the fuck we want to eat. Man, bruh, I know this nigga is not referencing fucking Acts the 10th chapter. I know he's not doing that, bro. I know he's not doing that. We're not going to go there today. We've already been down Acts 10 chapter and what that's in reference to. That is in my 2-part, 8-hour live stream. Okay? You can go look at that there. Or you can go look in the Bible. You can go return to the code as you need to for your damn self. Other than that, we're not doing that today. I ain't got time for that.
I'm joking. To my last point. There's one last point, right? So in the end, one of the things that we also see is that God said, and this is Jesus, God said
What?
that love for each other is the proof of.
I would have paused too much, but what the fuck? This, you see, New Testament. You see, it's Jesus, God. Jesus. The fuck, bitch? No. Here we go with that Jesus is God bullshit.
Of you're following of Him.
Absolutely.
And if you're not showing by that you're a follower of Christ through your love for others, that's the point where you have broken your covenant with God.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that's where I'm saying that that's the fundamental thing, is that when you say that you have a following with Christ and God, you're supposed to be Christ-like in the way you treat others.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Donovan.
So I just wanted to say, like, for us, we're in a particular part of the world. We've been exposed to Christianity and the Bible. There are many, many, many holy books. There are many religions, and there are tons and tons of things. Like, God created the world. There was Adam and Eve. Then there were just some chicks that came through for their kids that nobody know where they came from. You know what I'm saying? There are lots of things in the Bible.
What? What? Wait. Go back. What the fuck did that nigga just say?
I just wanted to say, like, for us, we're in a particular part of the world. We've been exposed to Christianity and the Bible. There are many, many, many holy books. There are many religions, and there are tons and tons of things. Like, God created the world. There was Adam and Eve. Then there were just some chicks that came through for their kids that nobody know where they came from. You know what
Oh my god, man! What the fuck is wrong with these niggas, bruh? It started with Adam and Eve, and then there was some chicks that came through that nobody knows about. I ain't got time for this shit.
I'm saying? There are lots of things in the Bible that don't make any sense.
Yes.
So what it is important that I think that people understand is that the Bible.
Is it really the Bible, or is it your bullshit interpretation? Mr. Adam and Eve and chicks came through, and some random chicks came through and shit. Is it the Bible or is it you?
Well, just like a car, just like a map, is a tool. It's a way for you to get to a very, very special place. And we honestly get distracted by these stories that are from a bazillion years ago. Okay, wait a minute. So your job, like,
they're from a bazillion years ago. These stories, the stories in the scriptures are from a bazillion years ago. Really? Yeah, okay.
Like, you look at the themes, like you have people who are, let's say, in the middle of what we would say nowhere, and they worship trees or their ancestors or things like that. Is that not God? Is that not way of connecting to the world and to spirits and to all of these things? If your connection is that maybe Jesus represents grace. Maybe Jesus represents love. Maybe he never existed. Maybe the point is to teach you guys about grace and love and being around people and experience humanity. So I just say that this is when we see religion being weaponized, and we see religion being used to divide. And that's not the intention. And that's when I think religion becomes very dangerous, especially for Black people, because we know that it was a part of strategy to control people. So you have to free your mind, and you have to open yourself up to gaining the knowledge and the interpretation that works for your life.
And I like what you said about it being a tool, because
Wait a minute. Did y'all hear that? He said use the Bible and open yourself up to knowledge and use it as an interpretation for what. Wait, hold on. Just go back real quick.
Being used to divide. And that's not the intention. And that's when I think religion becomes very dangerous, especially for Black people, because we know that it was a part of strategy to control people. So you have to free your mind, and you have to open yourself up to gaining the knowledge and the interpretation that works for your life.
And I like what you said about it being a tool because
See that? He didn't say gain the interpretation that brings you to the truth. He's saying get the interpretation that helps you, that works for your life, that works for you, i.e. that works for your own vanity, i.e. narcissism. You're not dealing with the truth. You're just dealing with your own opinions. That's why you want to say fornication is having sex with a prostitute underneath a fucking bridge. Which we're going to get to why he thinks fornication is like that in the next video that we're going to do. Oh my goodness. This guy. We're going to get to him. I'm trying to tell you. I think some of y'all have kind of picked up on it. What the issue with that dude is. So we'll get to that.
Anybody watched Birth of the Nation? I watched it. Nat Turner, you literally used the Bible as he felt like I was talking to him and saying rebel, and I feel like we don't hear those stories so often. I feel like the Bible can be used as a point for revolution. So go ahead, Uchechi.
So piggyback off of what you were saying. So like I think just to kind of bring back the conversation, like it's not. So we're talking about like what God said in the Bible, but really the problem is like how Black people have interpreted it for so long, and the issue, and so like I said from before, like the issue is that we've continued to take the interpretation that was given to us when we were brought here, or when Black people were brought to this country, and we haven't changed from that. So it's just like, what are we doing as a community to hear the other sides of like Nat Turner? A lot of people thought that say that Nat Turner was crazy, but forget Joan of Arc, who also heard voices and told to rebel. And like or what? Many of the martyrs of the church. I'm Catholic, so a lot of saints are like our thing. So like,
what? Joan of Arc? What the fuck does that do anything? You know what? That had nothing to do with the biblical time period, and that had nothing to do with the scriptures. So. Once again, Nat Turner was reading from the Bible. Now, granted, based off the historical account, did he take it too far? And, thinking that he was a prophet and things of that nature? Yeah, if that account is true. If that account is true, then Nat Turner took it too far. But the Bible was the crux of the slave rebellion. So to say that the Bible was used to make so-called Black people passive, that doesn't make any sense. But Joan of Arc, that has nothing to do with the biblical time period. That has everything to do with, I believe, King Henry VII. Like, that has nothing to do with that story, which now that's in Joan of Arc was so-called Black lady or whatever. I don't know. But, yeah, I'm convinced, because that was during that time period. We already know the kings of Europe, that entire time period was so-called Black. So, 9 out of 10, if you guys look up Joan of Arc, that's a whitewashed image. So, here's what it is. But even with that, still, that has nothing to do with the tenets of the scriptures. But that's the problem. When you do a religion, not the Bible, you try to conflate everything and try to combine it with the scriptures, which just makes you a worker of iniquity. So, oh well.
Saints are a thing. So, so saints are a thing. So, like, but like Joan of Arc was told to essentially, she was led to her death by God. But yet Nat Turner was told the same thing. And what people will tell you is that Nat Turner was crazy. But the same thing was being told to him. So it's interesting how, like, one side, somebody's telling them she was divinely inspired, the other person that they were insane. And I think as Black people, the whole point for me, particularly for me, spirituality, the whole point of spirituality, of religion is to structure my spirituality. I'm one of those people, I like structure, which is why I haven't left the Catholic Church. I like structure. I like things to be set a certain way. So for me, that's what religion is. What that has meant for me is that I had to interpret religion in my own way. I have to interpret Catholicism in my own way, because Catholicism does not recognize the African Catholic. So it's just like you have, as Black people, what we need to do now is start interpreting these lessons that we were starting and look at the Bible and interpret them in ways that will help affect us positively.
So unfortunately, we do not have.
Now wait a minute. She is a Roman Catholic, even though she just admitted that Catholicism, Catholic Church, whatever, they don't even recognize her. Like they don't even think she exists, but she wants to be a part of them. I'm telling you, man, our people are so stupid. We rather be part of. We rather want to be a part of groups that will never accept us, never will recognize that we even exist. Just be part of our own people. We do this shit all the time. It's just sad and pathetic. But hey, it's part of the curses. So in Deuteronomy 28, so it is what it is.
Any more time?
Slash.
Yeah, but go ahead, Shola. We'll end on you.
I said I didn't believe in the Bible before I believe in it. I believe a lot of it. That's all I should say.
Thank you. Thank you. I have
One
to
thing,
wrap up.
I've got to swear to be straight. Basically, what I wanted to, for me being here, what I wanted to, I think we should not pay so much attention to religion. Religion is a crutch. It's a crutch. It's nothing but a routine, right? What we need to be focused on, just like in anything else, our relationship with whoever your religion. Mine would be my relationship with Christ, right? I'm not going to lean on a book or anything else or any other interpretation to tell me anything else. It's going to be my relationship with Christ, just like it's my relationship with any woman I deal with. Let me make sure my relationship is intact. Therefore, our interaction will be proper. Same thing with Christ or whoever you should serve. Make sure you have a relationship with your spirituality instead of having a religion. Have a
Thank you.
crutch
And
in it.
on that note, we're gonna wrap up. Thank you all for.
Did that nigga just say that? Did he just try to compare the relationship with the Son of the Most High to a relationship with a woman? Wow, that is way off. And then he said, you're not supposed to rely on the book. You're supposed to rely on your relationship with Christ. Well, here's the problem with that. Let's let's see what Christ actually said about this topic. Let's see. Let's see what Christ said. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see what Christ actually said on this topic when it came to having a relationship with him, believing in him. Let's see. Oh wait, hold on. I shared the same thing. One second. Let's see what Christ said. Oh, it's not up. Yeah, let's see what Christ said on this topic. Let's see, John 7. It should be verse 38. Yes, sir. It's in the red letter, so we know it's Christ, the Son of the Most High, the Son of the Heavenly Father. John 7, verse 38. He who believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. Now, granted, heart in other translations is belly, i.e. his mind. Okay? Now, of course, he was referring to the apostles here, but that was the testimony that he gave to the apostles. He who believes in me, as the scriptures have said. Okay? Not however you want to do it. No, as the scriptures have said. So where is he getting this notion from that you're not supposed to rely on the book? Where is he getting this from? When Christ tells you, you have to believe in him as the scriptures have said, the testimonies of the prophets, of the Most High through the prophets, the apostles, the other disciples, things of that nature. That's how you have to believe in the Son of the Most High. Because without believing in the Son of the Most High via the scriptures, you don't believe in the Heavenly Father. Clearly tells you in 1 John chapter 2. We'll get to that later, but you get the point. Like, where is this thing getting this notion from that you don't have to believe, that you could just believe in Christ however you want to believe in him? Where is he getting this from? I'm confused. But you know what? Whatever. He's retarded. Let him do him. All right, so we're gonna real quick, we're gonna get to the second video. Let the ad run. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Real quick, let me go back to the share. Let me share. All righty. Second video. This one's gonna be a lot longer, so only about 45 minutes. We're gonna try to let everybody get through their points. This is once again about religion again. So, you see the title. Has religion failed so-called black people? Clearly, we see by the first video, yes. And we already know religion has failed so-called black people because it was never meant to succeed in the first place. Religion is of Satan, period. Anyway, let's get it popping.
Making this episode longer. But before we get into it,
Hold on.
hello and welcome to The Grapevine. I'm your host, Ashley Kuna, and on today's episode, we're going to be talking about religion. We heard your complaints last time, and we're making this episode longer. But before we get into it, let me introduce you to my amazing panel. To the left of me, I have Roderick, Seren, Donovan, Marcus, Uchechi, and to my right, I have Daniel, Mouse, Carl, Just Latasha, Corey, and Aisha. Welcome to the panel, everybody.
By the way, once again, YouTube, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair fucking use. Anyway.
Before we start the conversation, I know everybody sees these beautiful cookies provided to us by these little cookies in Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah.
I hate to start with you because I know you're a newbie, but
Okay, never mind.
thank you for that. So yeah, let's talk about religion. The last episode, we didn't really have an atheist on the panel, and I hate to start with you because I know you're a newbie, but can you tell us a little bit about atheism, you being a black atheist, and what that's like?
Well, of course, the biggest spiritual idiot on the panel has to go first. Makes sense.
It's lonely. I can tell you that. I think. I haven't always been an atheist. I was raised in the church. I don't think it was till I read the autobiography of Malcolm X that I really started to question.
Religion.
Not just religion, but I didn't question religion at first. I questioned Christianity at first, and just as black people, our relationship to it. And that has led me into searching more about religions. I looked into Islam. I looked into Baha'i. I looked into all types of things. Yeah, and it was good enough for Dizzy Gillespie. So,
Nigga, what, you nervous or something? Bitch ass nigga. Guess that's what happens when you become an atheist. Goddamn cottonmouth.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Atheism, you just didn't find a connection to anything.
It's not so much that I didn't find a connection. Like, I appreciate the church I grew up in, and I wouldn't really want to replace that experience with anything. And I think the process of not becoming not a Christian was probably the most painful thing for me.
Wow.
It's not something I would really talk about with my family very much. My wife is Christian, and we barely even talk about it.
Wow.
So
the premise of our first episode was kind of like whether religion has held black people back globally, or has it helped us? So what do you think about that, Seren? I know it's a
hard question. It is. I think that.
Oh boy, her again. Hey, to the boys, SOD, TKP, and the man HIT. If y'all in here, hey, remember when y'all said she looked kind of good? You having second guesses now?
I think that organized religion maybe helped in the past because it served as a touchstone for people and a meeting place, and it provided people with a lot of support, emotional support. But I don't think that organized religion is the same now, like in our modern day or whatever for a lot of people. And I also do have a lot of issues with Christianity, seeing as how the Bible was used as like a method of enslaving black people, of like, oh, God like wants you to like be whatever. And
hey, Randy, thank you, sir. You remember? You know what? Real quick. We're gonna do something. We're gonna try something new real quick. Just real quick. Let me see if I can do it. Bear with me 1 second. See if I can pull this up. Yes I can. Oh, she look kind of good. Anyway, to Instagram. Let's see. Nah. Let's see if we can pull this up. Give me 1 second. Y'all bear with your boy, because that just gave me a good idea for a classic. Come on, Instagram. I'm on Instagram. Hurry up. Hurry up. You know what? Let me share this tab instead. If y'all can see the Instagram, you know what I'm saying? This is my Instagram. Just in case for y'all don't know, Ghetto Genius 144. All my social media platforms are the same name. So, look it up. You have time, hit me up on there. Ask any question if you want. I am open. All right. Okay, so we're going down. Ooh, I got some classic stuff in here, boy. I'm trying to tell you, I got some classic stuff up in here. Oh, man. Hurry up, Instagram. Wow, this is loading up. Randy, makes no damn sense. He's an atheist, but his woman's a Christian. Chaos brewing. Agreed. This stupid shit. Goddamn, he's a goddamn atheist, but his wife is quote unquote religious. Give me a break. His wife is spiritual, quote unquote spiritual, whatever the fuck that means in her case, but he's not. What a dope. What a jackass. Oh, come on. Hurry up, Instagram. Hurry up, Instagram. Whew. Boy, I got a lot of posts on here. Got a lot of posts. Oh my goodness, this shit gonna take forever. Just give me some time. Bear with me, cause this is definitely deep in the catacombs of my Instagram page. Okay, so bear with me. I hope I didn't delete it. I hope I didn't delete this shit. I hope I did not delete it. I'll be very upset if I did. I'll be very, very upset. Yeah. That shit taking forever. I'm gonna lose all my goddamn viewership by the time I get to this damn video. Shit. I'm able to pull it up faster on my damn phone. Well, kind of not really good. Whatever. Yeah, this shit gonna take forever, bro. Just bear with me, guys. It's gonna take a minute because this shit is taking forever. Oh my goodness, man. Let me yeah. Yeah, I don't I wish there was a way to pull this up faster. Well, there would be, man. Whatever. Oh, this shit. Damn, this shit's. Ooh. This shit is way deep into the catacomb, my boy. I'm trying to tell you, man. Let me make sure. Is this still there? Ooh, it might not. Oh, I might have messed up. It might not still be there. Oh, I think I took it off. Right? Yeah, I took it off. Okay. Good thing I looked it up on my phone. So it's not there. So let me see. No, not Gmail. Google Photos. Move it. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Man, come on. Whatever. Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find this classic clip. Let's see if we can find it. No, it should be like December. So let me go up. No, not October. No, not May. Come on. Okay. Give me 1 second. This is long, but hopefully it's rewarding. Hopefully it's rewarding. I'm thinking that it should be in here though. Give me 1 second. Trying to find it. Trying to find it. This is good stuff. This is classic right here. And Randy knows exactly what I'm talking about. Where? Okay, so it's not here. Come on, man. Why? I don't understand. Refresh, man. Whatever. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. I should be able to do it this way then. Photos. Okay, so it definitely should be in here. Definitely should be in here. Oh, give me some time, guys. Give me some time. I appreciate your patience. I'm trying to find this shit. Because stuff like this, if I don't find it, I'll be kind of mad. Hold on. Give me a sec. Come on. 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 It was like 4 minutes. It's like 4.5 minutes. Something like that of that lines. Come on, come on. All right, I think we're getting close. Come on. Ah, there we go. There we go. We found it. Come on, load up. Hold up. Okay. Wait, hold on. Do y'all see that? Just to make sure. Do y'all see that? Just to make sure. Okay. Everybody should be able to see it. All right, so we're ready. Get ready for this. Get your popcorn ready. Now remember what she said. Well, actually, he's going to play it again, so that don't really matter. But let's remember now. Let's keep in mind what she's saying here. Hold on.
I also do have a lot of issues with Christianity, seeing as how the Bible was used as like a method of enslaving Black people, of like, oh, God like wants you to like be whatever.
What?
Here we go. Here we go. The classic right here.
I fucking know. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is before I knew any of y'all, by the way. Maybe Randy. I might knew Randy at that point. This is classic. This is classic IG ghetto genius right here.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna leave about relax. It's not gonna get your promise. Keep these niggas.
Man, chill.
Y'all see all that?
Oh my God, no!
Y'all see that?
Oh my God, no!
Y'all see that shit?
Oh my God, no! Oh my God!
Y'all see it? Y'all see the goal? That is work. It took me 5 hours to do this shit. This edit right here, it took me 5 hours.
Oh damn!
Oh my God.
I don't remember some of these translations.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Come on, bro. Come on. Bring it out.
Damn!
Bring it out.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
Look at it. Look at it. Look there. It's not a trick. It's not a trick. It's not a gimmick. This is real work. Real research. Zero. Look at that shit. Zero. Zero. Come on, man. Zero. No shit.
All right.
Zero.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Oh, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Yes. 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 Real work. Real research. Real fucking research. Fuck, nigga. Real research. Alright? Classic ghetto genius work right there. Took me about 5 to 6 hours to get done with that clip, man. Real work. Looked up about over 20 translations. Wasn't even all of them, by the way. But looked up about 20 translations to do that video, to do that part of the video. By the way, that full video is on Patreon. Okay? I will, I'll promote the Patreon later because it's still actually the Sabbath's about over, so we can do that soon. But anyway, I'll promote the Patreon in a minute. But those classic Religion versus the Most High videos, which that series is coming back, by the way. Hopefully by the summer, Lord willing, if everything's still normal. I mean, I kind of don't wish shit was normal. I wish we, you get the point. But Lord willing, that series will come back for volume 2 this summer. Just to put things into context, this live stream is meant to be a reintroduction, a launching pad to volume 2 and other volumes beyond, to that Patreon series that is coming back once again, hopefully summer of 2023. Okay, so keep an eye out for that. But I'll promote the Patreon in a minute. But do you see that? That is real mother work. Real work, god damn it. We don't talk around here. We show and prove, damn it. We show and prove through the scriptures. That shit ain't in there. They keep talking about Christianity as this, Christianity as that. That shit is fake. That's the number one thing it is. That shit is fake. That shit is not in the fucking Bible. Not in there. Not in there. That shit is not a fucking magic trick. That shit ain't in there. Not in one motherfucking verse. But yet, let these idiots keep telling it. Oh, the Bible's about Christianity, and Christianity did this and that. Oh, shut the hell up. You don't know nothing about that damn book, man. All you had to do was look this shit up. All you have to do is take the time to look this shit up, and you don't do it. And we live in the age of information. This information is in the palm of your fucking hands, and your lazy ass is, well, not those in the comment section, but people, you get the point. People that I'm about to spew off too far, but people that you know don't understand this shit. This shit does not take that much time at all. It don't. The only reason why it took me 5 hours to do that not necessarily do the research, but to make the video, because I had to do all them edits and shit, and I had to like time it to the best of my ability correctly. Okay, that's the only reason why it took me 5 hours. That shit right there took me about 10 minutes to come up with that research. 10 minutes. 10 fucking minutes, bro. But yeah, we still got Christians claiming the Bible. Give me a fucking break, man. But y'all see that damn work? That shit is work, man. That is work. That is real work. Real spiritual work. Real spiritual research. Come on, man. That's how you gotta do it right there. You gotta put in the time. You gotta put in the work. Or else you're just a spiritually lazy bastard. Okay? Ghetto Genius said it here first. You're a spiritually lazy bastard, all right? Put in the work. Put in the work. Christ said, I reward every man according to his work. To his work. Okay? Work. Work. Oh, shit. Look at all that shit. Trash. There you go. There you go, DG. Look at all them damn religious signs right there. Trash. Trash, trash, trash. All of them. All that shit. Islam, Buddhism, all that shit. My boy TKP in the building, man. TKP is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, you missed it, man. Oh, or did you? Did you catch the legendary work, bro? Did you catch the legendary work, brother? Did you catch it? Did you catch the legendary clip, brother? Is Christianity in the Bible? Did you catch it? Let me know. Let me know, brother. Did you catch it? We might have to replay it for the boy TKP. That shit is classic right there, man. That shit was so tiresome, but it was rewarding, okay? When it finally came into fruition. And once again, all those classic videos that was on Instagram at one point, once again is on Patreon. I appreciate those select brothers that have stayed pledged to my Patreon all this time. You know, a lot of those videos are a lot longer, and you know, I do have issues with memory on my phones and things of that nature, trying to keep up memory space. So you know, a lot has happened over the past 2 years, so it's kind of, in a lot of ways, it's kind of hard for me to make videos of that length. But I appreciate y'all still staying on the Patreon. And for those, I don't want to promote it just yet, so I'll keep the promotion of Patreon to myself, because I don't want brothers to be, paying right now if it's their Sabbath day. So I don't want brothers to be doing that right now. I want brothers to, adhere to the laws. So we'll do it in a minute. But anyway, telling you, man, that's how you gotta do it. You gotta do real work, man. These motherfuckers right here at this goddamn table, these bastards are fucking lazy. They're fucking lazy, bro. Lazy as balls. They're just religious people. Religious people are spiritually lazy, and you're spiritual jackasses and swagger jackers. Period, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Your religion is fake. Your gods are fake. Especially Christianity. That shit ain't got nothing to do with the goddamn Bible. We just proved that over 5 minutes. Period. Back to the fucking video.
And I do feel like, of course, that was like people warping and twisting organized religion to kind of like fit what they wanted, which a lot of people do. So I don't know. I'm not religious. I was also raised in the church. My grandmother is a minister. She's a United Church of Christ minister. Shout out to the UCC. But
She's a what? She's a minister. He's a minister. You know what? Fuck this. Back to the scriptures, damn it. Back to the goddamn scriptures. Back to the motherfucking goddamn scriptures. This bitch really just said that her grandmother was a motherfucking minister. Give me a fucking break. Minister. Yeah, right. Minister my ass. Minister my ass. We're back at it again. Fuck it. Who cares? 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 11. Let a woman learn in silence with all submission. And I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man, but to be in silence. For Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived fell into transgression. Nevertheless, she will be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with self-control. Once again, what does self-control mean? They got to control their motherfucking mouth. Period. You know what it is. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Shut the fuck up. Why? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Bullshit. Minister. Give me a fucking break. You know what? Fuck it. Well, we'll go to another one. Testimony of Christ. Testimony straight from Christ's mouth. Revelation 2, verse 18. And to the angel of the church of the Tyria write, these things says the Son of the Most High, who has eyes like a flame of fire and his feet like fine brass. I know your works, love, service, and faith, and your patience. And as for your works, the last are more than the first. Nevertheless, I have a few things against you, because you allowed that woman, Jezebel, who calls herself a prophetess, to teach, i.e., minister, pastor, bishop, wherever the fuck, to teach and seduce my servants to commit sexual immorality and eat things sacrificed to idols. And I give her time to repent for her sexual immorality, and she did not repent. Indeed, I will cast her into the sick bed, and those who commit adultery with her to great tribulation, unless they repent of their deeds. Who's he talking to? Simps. Anyway, I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he who searches the minds and hearts, and I will give to each one of you according to your works. It's self-explanatory. The woman cannot teach the Bible at all. She has not been equipped with that, okay? Period. Bottom line. Bottom fucking line. Anyway, back to this damn video. Fucking, man, minister. Minister my ass. She can minister this dick.
But when I was raised, even though I was raised in the church, I like went to Christian camp and like the whole like Christian, the whole thing. But my grandmother always kind of raised me to believe just that you like treat other people how you want to be treated. And you know, and we were talking before like about, you know, go to therapy if you need therapy. And my grandmother was not. My whole family is Jehovah's Witness, and my grandmother is like the lone black sheep that like converted to Christianity. So I felt like my grandmother kind of knew what it felt like to be like an outcast because of your religion.
So she didn't project that.
So she did, right. Yeah. So I think that you can be religious and like, you know, really be like an actual pillar of like what your religion is supposed to stand for. But I think like too many people like use organized religion as like a weapon against others, and that's whack. It is.
Go ahead, Corey.
I take the critiques about Christian.
Well, you know what? Before we get to this bastard, let's see if I can find something else real quick. It shouldn't take long for me to find this one. It shouldn't take long. This is just some advice about Jehovah's Witness. Oh my goodness. Jehovah's Witness. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Might have to go down. Might have to go down. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Mm-mm. Oh no, okay, I didn't find that clip. I don't want to spend too much time trying to find this because it's not really important. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Okay, here's your two options. When you meet a Jehovah's Witness, here's some advice.
Next time a Jehovah's Witness comes to your house, I want you to open the door and say, I already fucks with Jesus! Next time a Jehovah's Witness comes to your house.
Shit! Shout out to Hot Damn I Rock!
I want you to
Hold on.
Say, I already fucks with Jesus!
Or you can take the even more classic option.
What's up? Good morning. Are you prepared for Jehovah's return? Because if you're not, I have a pamphlet that... Well, fuck you. Head dead motherfucker.
Oh shit, man. It never gets old. It never gets old. Okay, that's your advice. Which one would y'all prefer? Number 1 or number 2? Oh shit. My boy TKP coming with the precepts. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Yes, sir. For the Most High is not an author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints. Verse 34. Let your woman keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them who speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, all as also saith the law. Period. I mean, bruh, it don't get no more clear than that, bruh. But yet these women are ministers and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Young man, are you prepared for Jehovah's return? Psych. Who the hell is Jehovah? Anyway, ain't his name. Sorry. But oh my goodness, here comes this bastard. Let's so we can get the full shit of what he's about to say.
Like use organized religion as like a weapon against others, and that's whack.
So is your hair.
I take
sorry.
critiques about Christianity.
Oh, real quick. Hey, TKP, remember her? You're in here now. Remember when she said that she looked good in the other video? In the live stream that we did? I bet you regret that shit now, nigga. I bet you regret that shit now. I bet you regret it now. That girl, ooh. That goes a ooh. That goes a ooh. Oh no. He's a big fat hell no. No. Hell no. No, sir. That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be petty.
Use organized religion as like a weapon against others, and that's whack.
Go ahead, Corey.
I take the critiques about Christianity to heart.
What's your perspective? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I am a Christian pastor. My experience, and I can only speak about my experience, has been the Black church experience. But I've had the liberty or the privilege of having a mother who never quailed my curiosity and wanting to question everything. I have never ever been afraid of people in perceived positions of power, be that church, school, business, or what have you. And I think that kind of colored my lens as it relates to how I perceive God. So I've never been the person who.
So is God a woman, brother? Since you want to give all credit to your damn mother, is God woman? Is God a woman, brother? Is that what it is?
Who was not able to ask questions because my mother always permitted that. And I am a disciple of Jesus specifically. So the Christian moniker kind of bothers me because of what it has morphed into.
I'm sorry. What was that again? You're a what? I didn't catch that the first time. What was that?
I've been the person who was not able to ask questions because my mother always permitted that. And I am a disciple of Jesus specifically. So the Christian moniker kind of bothers me because of what it has morphed into and how we have gotten there. But I think when we talk about Christianity, we got to be real specific, at least for me, about what we're talking about, because we can take the religious practice or the structure writ large that is littered with political agenda, patriarchal society, misogyny, and all of these different things. Nationalism from the beginning of it that happened.
So he has an issue with patriarchy. So that means that he has an issue. Give me 1 second. Once again, that means that he has a big issue. Give me a second to find this. Okay, I might have to go up just a little bit. Just a little bit. He has an issue with the patriarchy. Should have known that was coming. Should have known that was coming. That means... Oh, I found it. There we go. Hold on. That means that he has an issue with men saying things like, what? WWE superstar and undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Champion, currently Roman Reigns. He has a problem when we say stuff like, what? Roman Reigns?
I am your tribal chief, and I am the head of the table. That's who I am. I am.
So I guess the woman's the tribal chief now? Interesting. I didn't get that memo. But you know what? Whatever.
Have shaped it and that are different than what Jesus taught, right? Specifically.
When did Christ teach anything? When did Christ teach that the woman is over the man, or even equal to the man? When did that happen? I'm trying to figure this out. When did that happen?
You have this dichotomy between what Jesus taught and the rest of Christianity. Like you can go to a church any Sunday in the country and you will hear quotes from the Bible over and over and over again.
Cap.
And I question as a practitioner, like, where is Jesus in this? Right? Because
what?
Jesus presents a different model for following God than typical church.
Yes,
And I'm fine with the critiques. I
Mhm.
take them to heart. I utilize them because it's my responsibility to build a different type of community that's based on being radical disciples of Jesus. And all the other bullshit. And as a pastor, I don't mind saying it.
He was a zealot. So the thing,
He was a what? He was what? He was a what? I'm sorry. What the bitch just say with the one eye for the mother goddess? What she say?
Disciples of Jesus. And all the other bullshit. And as a pastor, I don't mind saying it.
he was a zealot. So the thing, I don't want to just talk about Christianity.
He was a radical. What the? Yeah, she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. But what the hell? Didn't we just read in Matthew 5:17 that he did not come to destroy the law? How the fuck can he be a radical if he's actually following by rules, i.e. laws? Give me a fucking break. That's just stupid. But anyway, and this dude, radical disciples of Jesus. The disciples were already chosen, motherfucker. Last time I checked, they were chosen 2,000 years ago. I bet you ain't no nigga named Corey on that goddamn list, bro. Man, you know what? I'm not going
Yeah, because obviously black people, there's Muslim, there's Buddhist.
Who cares?
I think for me, when asking the question, has religion failed the black community, is more so if you go to an inner city like Newark or Brooklyn, there's a mosque, there's a church on every block.
Right.
So, why do our communities look like? Do you think that we are failing our communities?
So I wanna read this quote by Frederick Douglass, and it is about Christianity, but the term Christianity can be swapped for anything.
any religion.
He says, between the Christianity of this land and the Christianity of Christ, I recognize the wildest possible difference. So wide that to receive the one as good, pure, and holy is of necessity to reject the other as bad, corrupt, and wicked, right? And so Christianity has been warped into something where it is easy to look at it as corrupt, as wicked, as bad, right? In the way that it is practiced today. And that has detrimentally affected not only the Christian community, but other religious communities, because we have weaponized it. And you have to be authentic, regardless of what religion you practice. You have to be authentic to the people, the persons, the principles that you espouse to follow. So don't come talking Christian language to me, but you're not following the principles of Jesus. Like, you're not going to quote Paul to me and I'll be okay with it, because I'm not a Paulian. I'm a Christian.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
Oh my god, this is annoying. Paulian. The fuck is a damn Paulian? Hold on, let me look at something real quick. Just as I thought. Real quick. Just as I motherfucking thought. JC, I know this is old, but I wanted to see if some of these folks still hold their values today, and come to find out. Oh, we're just gonna get to that. I should stop. I should have put that comment up, but appreciate you joining. Appreciate you joining the stream, JC. We're gonna get to that. We gonna get to that, brother. That's in the third video. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna play all of this video. I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah. Randy, I could tell from the get-go that the truth will always come out. Thank you, sir. But you know what? Let's get something real quick. Cause he said, don't quote Paul to me. That's real funny. Let's see. Romans 1:1. Paul, a bondservant of quote-unquote Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated to the gospel of the Most High. Well, you know what? I ain't got it, me ain't got to explain none of that. I just don't understand where these niggas get their shit from. Don't quote Paul to me, because that don't count. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, it's not the... According to one camp, it's not the word of the Most High. Oh, no, wait, that's the book of Hebrews. Sorry. Man, look, man. Look, man. Once again, the camp live stream is coming soon. Camp live stream is coming soon. So, y'all keep an eye out for that. It's going to get explosive. Oh, my goodness, man. Let's see. Back to the video. I'm trying to get through this, but this is just bad, dude.
I kind of have an issue with just one thing he says, like the whole idea that Christianity got morphed got weaponized into it. Like, let's not forget about the Crusaders and like when Christians were actually like slaughtering people in the name of Christianity.
I'm not talking.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if you compare what Christianity is today to that, then it's super angelic and holy. What I think the problem with Black people is, I don't think it necessarily lies in the actual spirituality of any of the major religions. It lies in the organized religion aspect of it. I don't think the spirituality affects the people, but the organized religion behind it is bad. And when you have a church that can galvanize the funds of an entire neighborhood, but can't dictate to the local politician what to implement to benefit that community, you're not doing your job. So it doesn't make sense.
My experience is just that I want to say I agree with you, and I'm not talking about contemporary Christianity. I'm talking about structured Christianity 60 years outside of Jesus's passing, right? When we start formulating this religion, it is problematic because the chief architect of that formula has some ideas that are antithetical to Jesus. Right.
What I'd like to say is that while I appreciate your exposition on Christianity and authentic Christianity, I think the question is specific to how Christianity or religion affects the Black community. And I'd like to say that one of the most optimistic, wildly optimistic, and destructive words is hope.
Absolutely.
And I think that Christianity or religion, organized religion, served as an agent of all suppression by espousing hope. And I think, yes, it's about delayed gratification. It's about accepting your lot in life, which equates to understanding and accepting your place in the society. So when there's text that says slaves should be subservient to their masters,
I need you to quote the.
No, I don't need to quote it.
I
don't need to quote that. I'm just generalizing.
Are you saying that's not in the Bible?
No, I'm saying so. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible, right? You can point to a lot of stuff in the Bible, but when we use and I get into this tizzy with theologians often, right? Slaves obey your master is.
You get into a tizzy with them. That's what happens. You get into a tizzy with quote unquote theologians. A tizzy. All right.
From a specific person who did not encounter Jesus while he was here training his disciples. So you take right, and I get that, right? And
okay, here he goes dissing Paul again. First off, brother, what does that have to do anything? We just read in Romans 1:1 that Paul was an apostle of Christ. Why does that matter that he did not encounter Christ when he was in the flesh on the earth? Why does that matter? When the scriptures clearly tell you that he was an apostle of Christ. I mean, seriously.
So when I talk about this warping, when Paul has a political agenda, when he says this, right?
A political agenda.
Extrapolate, and this is the problem with most Christians around the world, right? You want to take something from the text and apply it to your life, to
Yeah,
contemporary issues that it is not speaking to.
Yes.
Paul is writing
The
to a
past,
specific
yeah.
Corinthian audience about a problem that they have. You got slaves and you got free people in this Roman society, and the slaves are now saying, wait, we all equal because we all Christian, and goddamn it, I ain't got to be no slave to you no more. And there's a revolt. There's this turmoil going on, and now he has to deal with it. So he says, slaves, obey your masters, but masters, be good masters. And that's antithetical to Jesus, who I profess to follow.
Wait, let me check.
And that's what are you talking about? The term Lord means master, dude. Once again, the term slave just means servant. It just means servant. There were slaves and masters all throughout time. Whatever, man. Now, what he said to a degree was true. When he was talking about Corinth, he was speaking to a Pacific audience. But that's the point. Who is a Pacific audience? You really think they were speaking to quote-unquote Christians? Give me a break.
She go good, Miles.
I actually wanted to piggyback. That was my point. So while we're not supposed to, where people are picking and choosing what they're supposed to as far as Christianity, that is the problem within the black community. That's exactly how slavery was created within this country, picking and choosing. So, like, because of that, and unfortunately, we've continued. And I said this in the last episode, episode that we did on real religion, we've continued. Even Jesse Williams talked about this as the gratification or the gift of the hereafter. This might suck, but because who knows?
Just hold on.
Just hold on, because heaven is your reward. This idea of a reward, which and sometimes I'm a Catholic. I'm a practicing Catholic. I'm very serious about my faith. But at the same time, I can understand why a lot of black people leave the church, particularly atheists.
Huh. Well, you know what's so funny about that? Once again, as you admitted, the faith that you're so serious about ain't serious about you, because Catholics don't even recognize quote-unquote Africans, which apparently that's what you are. So you're just a buffoon. You a big fat buffoon. You part of a group that don't even recognize you. What a dork.
Because when you step outside of religion, it's very easy. It's a lot easier to kind of see what's going on with the black church, separated from God, from a religion. It's when you step outside of it, it's like, okay, so how do we focus? Because it's how do we focus on what's going on in the black community? I think for a lot of during the civil rights movement in the 1960s, we looked to the church for leaders and stuff like that. But a lot of that civil rights movement was built on respectability politics. And I think we're coming to a point in life. And this is one thing I can thank Obama for, is that it's like the beginning of the end of the era of respectability politics. We're realizing that because Obama was but religion encourages that respectability politics. And I think that we're stepping away from that.
Go ahead, Miles.
What?
And then
Wow, that was a lot.
Yeah, that was. What the fuck was that?
Well, I mean, if he said, but thought I was head Christian. Move over, Brian. So what I would like to say is, thank you. So all right. So there was a lot to take. To go to YouTube, your Chachi and Roger's point. I have a problem when not just Christians, anybody who hears the text, anybody who hears about the Bible or whatever text that may be, right? Because everybody's text does say something, add to the point of, there's heaven or paradise. There's an end goal here, right? But everybody's text also has very specific thing that says what you should do here. One thing I always say before I get into any discussion like this, I have not read enough of opposing or other texts to even argue them, right? I feel me personally, I've read enough of the Bible and been raised around enough where I can speak on certain things. The Bible clearly says faith without works is dead, right?
That's true.
But it also says faith is the substance of things unseen. You get what I'm saying?
Twice, so you lose me.
I'm just talking about in the Bible, right? Because most people aren't saying, "Oh, that was Paul." They're saying that's the Bible, right? We're all getting judged by the same.
Yeah, so you just being stupid. That's number one. And number two, Paul was not the only person that talked about faith being the substance of works. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So those two things go hand in hand. You get what I'm saying? So when you try and pick apart and say, well, y'all just waiting to die. And then you was supposed to, no, it's telling you clearly.
What to do here? What to do
If you are here on earth, faith without works is dead, right? A man without a vision shall perish. These are
what
things.
actually happens versus what
No.
is in the what's
What?
in the Bible.
But
Because we know what's in the
but
Bible.
nobody's but you can't blame the Bible for something
For
humans aren't
But
practicing.
nobody's. What we're saying is that the Bible
But what are you saying?
was utilized to do this,
And
and
then-
that's the
and
problem.
that's my
it's-
second-
And
right.
the way that it's.
That's the point. No, it wasn't, because that was not the Bible. That was a bastardization of the Bible. Okay? Once again, the slavery Bible has nothing to do with the King James Bible. All right? So I don't know what she's talking about, but you know what? Whatever. It's just lazy. But he made a very good point, even though he's a Christian, so he's stupid too. But he made a very good point. Like, your faith has to be justified by your works. And there's nothing, you cannot blame the Bible. You cannot blame the Bible for your condition. You can't do that. And you can't say people use the Bible in order to justify their crap, because when you actually look into the scriptures, you see that the scriptures don't state that. Not even within that context. People are just going off of their vain opinions and narcissism. And when you're dealing with a lot of times, ignorant people to various degrees, you can trick them. But when you understand the tenets of the scriptures, no, the Bible itself, no. There are no issues. There really is no issue with the scriptures when you understand them spiritually. And that's the whole point. But the average person won't be able to do that.
Unfortunately, the way that it's been taught, because slaves couldn't read, and it was
Right.
that could
So
read.
so right there,
So
right
the way that it's
conversation.
taught is it's what has been carried on generations.
But the fact that you can even say that has to stop the conversation right there. When he clearly said this, he specified that the slaves obey your master, right? Now, if those slaves could read, they would have read something prior to that text, and they would have read things after that text that would have then put everything into context. But they couldn't. So it wasn't the Bible. Anything could have been weaponized at that moment. It was the lack. It was the lack and the blocking of education that stopped it. I just want to hit this last point, and then open the floor back to whatever, because King Christian is here. I just want to. Hey,
I can't
wait.
There's another one.
Oh, another one. Oh, okay. I got to back up this episode. I don't know if I want to. I'm playing. No, but and to specify what you said earlier, actually, about a religion as a whole holding back the community. That's it. That's a fact. Religion as a whole, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because people are in charge of it, and a broken people that are in charge of it, right? People are gonna see this, and you're gonna feel however you want. If you follow me on Twitter, social media, you already know how I feel about this. Black people as Muslims, right? Nation of Islam, whatever you can call it. That's a problem. Black people as Christians, pastors, that's a problem. These are broken people, right? So their agenda is gonna be pushed. You get what I'm saying? You even brought it up when you said the civil rights. Martin Luther King was a pastor first, was a preacher first. He was raised in that first. And as a preacher, I don't know about you. It doesn't sound like it, but for most part, preachers are very self-serving. They create this bubble around them. So I'm going to say that goes for Christian preachers. That goes for
people in
I don't know what the
power.
Muslims are called. Exactly, it's very cult-like. So so the minute you can do that, it's gonna break, right? Nobody does enough reading. Nobody does enough teaching to even do that. So, and expect my biggest problem, especially when you said, there's a mosque on every corner and these black people. Where are you learning this, right? Everybody says, for the most part, this could be a generalization. So what? I'm not good with that. Everybody goes to jail, right? And then you're in jail. And you either pick up the Bible or you pick up. I'm talking about some of the Muslims.
I mean,
I've been there. It's nothing.
I get you.
You get what I'm saying? They pick up the Bible. Even Malcolm X, right? Where did he find Muslims? Where did he find Islam? In jail. You see what I'm saying? Then you come out and then you wonder why these mosques don't do anything. But You're not raising up. I'm not seeing any fruit from
But I
that
feel like the
label.
Nation of Islam,
Yeah, that's what
they've been the most instrumental in
Because I am
building
I Muslim
infrastructure.
at this table? See, y'all didn't know that.
You know the what?
Muslim at this table.
I didn't know you were Muslim.
See, y'all didn't know that.
Boom!
Wow.
Look
That's
at
why
that.
my name is Aisha Camila.
Because she Muslim,
That's
you
why my
gotta
name
say
is Aisha
that's
Camila.
racist.
Thank you.
But yeah, like my name is Aisha Camila, like dead ass. My name is like Aisha Camila, like guys. Her name is really Aisha Camila. Like, what the fuck? When the man brought MLK, someone tell them about the boy FBI files. I agree with you, brother. Them FBI files are coming out. They're coming out. Best believe. But look, brother. For the rest of y'all, look. At the end of the day, her name is fucking Aisha Camila. Like, just in case you didn't fucking know, her name is fucking Aisha Camila. Like, no, like, look, I'm dead ass. Like, I'm dead ass fucking serious, y'all. Her name is fucking Aisha Camila. Okay? I don't care about nothing else in this motherfucking video at this point. Her name is motherfucking Aisha Camila. Okay? You better recognize. The fuck was that? She said this shit like everybody's supposed to know her fucking name.
Don't
Oh my God, how you do me like that?
My name is Aisha.
Go ahead, Aisha. I was really named after Prophet's wife, for real, not this song.
I want to say my mom is Christian, my father is Muslim. So I grew up in a house where those two faiths got along smashingly,
Right.
and I realized that there's a lot more common than
Absolutely.
there actually is. But I will say my father, he originally
Paganism.
he grew up in a Christian household, and at 15 he converted to the Nation of Islam. He was out of jail. It was prolific throughout. It was throughout the the inner city, and eventually, just like what happened, most people became Sunni. So I'm Sunni, but when you look at the Nation of Islam and what it demonstrate the potential for a faith. And granted, the Nation of Islam isn't exactly Sunni Islam. The Nation of Islam is a little bit of myth making with a little bit of Islam. So it's not truly Islam, but it did demonstrate the potential to use religion as a means of social, economic, and political liberation. And when you understand the theology.
To a degree, that's true. I would say that the Nation of Islam is the closest thing that got there. They're the closest one that got there, from my understanding. Now, granted, is it still wrong? You're damn skippy, but they are the closest religion to get there. But, so close yet so far. Anyway.
Of Islam and the fundamental line, which is fear nothing but God, and how powerful that is. And it's one of the reasons why I believe Islam is always perceived as a threat to the West, because when you tell someone to fear nothing but God, that means you're not my master.
No, ma'am, please stop. First off, the term Lord means master. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about. Number two, which goes into my next point. The reason why Islam has always been a threat to the quote unquote West is because they don't promote feminism like the West does. Which, ironically enough, that's where you live at. You live in the West. So for you to be Islam when Islam does not tolerate feminism whatsoever, that's real interesting to me. But you know what? Whatever. You do you, bitch. You do you stupid. In the words of Stewie Griffin, you stupid cow. You stupid cow.
And so, in fact, my senior thesis was
By the way,
about,
real quick, you see how she's got her bangs? You see how she got the bang over her left eye? No, her right eye. You get it? You see how she only got one eye revealed, to the masses? She's only got her left eye revealed for the mother goddess. Y'all see that shit? Come on, man. You can't tell me that's not purposeful. You can't tell me, especially in a damn video about religion, pseudo spirituality, whatever, that she's going to show up with a bang over her that covers her complete right side of her face, and only her left eye is showing for the mother goddess. Come on, man, stop it, stop it.
How Islam has been used fundamentally to defeat colonial and imperialistic rule just based on the Quran. Now, is it misused? As just like any organized religion, it's used to enforce these patriarchal ideals. It's used to do all sorts of things. But at the root of it, I do think that there's potential for all faiths, but I'm speaking from the Islamic perspective, to mobilize people.
The people.
Yes.
Okay, Donovan, that's for you.
Oh yeah. So,
Globalism, bullshit.
I was just gonna say that first of all, I don't consider myself to be a religious person, but every time I can go to church, I go because I now understand what I'm going there for. And I think that that's where the disconnect exists for a lot of people. There is what can become a pathology of church going, going to a place that does nothing to edify you. When I went to church, I was terrified. I felt like it was the worst thing in the world. I hated every minute of it. And it wasn't for me, you know, maybe we can compare it to going to jail. But when I left the church is where I found a liberation, right? I had to rely on myself. I had to find God someplace else. And, you know, I've spoken about this before, about God being this mythical creature outside somewhere just determining you're going to have a shitty life. You're going to have a great life. I'm going to answer your prayer. I'm not going to answer your prayer because you shitty. Oh, you gay, you're going to die. You know,
You see how he didn't mention nothing Pacific until the gay shit came up. Now all of a sudden he want to mention something real Pacific. I hope y'all brothers are catching on. What's coming soon? We still got a third video, by the way. Oh my goodness.
So for me, it's like, I think that it was a huge failure for me. But God has, for me, I consider God to be love. I consider God to be the universe. And I have my own understanding of God, but I find God in the church that I go to, which is FCBC in New York. And I go to that church because what I've learned in terms of education, which Miles pointed to, is that I found a place where he met text and education, right? So what does this text mean? What did it mean in its original language? What has been done to it? Like, for example, people don't know that there are books of the Bible that are missing. People don't understand.
No, it's not. It's just hard to find. So, anyway.
That it's been interpreted a bazillion times. People don't know that it wasn't even called the Bible originally. It was called something totally different. And then because of marketing, because of everything else, in terms of King James wanting a book for himself, it became something else. And we have to be able to point to those things and recognize the failures in systemically how we approach and how the Bible is being used. But I do agree that if you have discernment, you know who you are. You have to know who you are. Because you're not gonna find who you are in the Bible. I'm sorry, you're just not. You might find some hints and some nuggets.
So I'm gonna ask.
Right. But the thing is that when you go to church looking for your pastor to tell you what this means, you're not finding yourself and you're not finding God. And we see what you're finding is what I consider.
So I'm gonna ask a controversial question, kind of turn the wheels.
Oh, kind of. Real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. Give me a second. Give me a second. How come I don't have any of the complete videos on here? Or maybe because I just had to remaster them? me see this one real quick. Nope, that's not gonna work. I'm trying to bring up some classic clips for y'all boys. Trying to bring up some classic clips for y'all, but this shit is not. This shit's not fucking with me like that today. Give me us. Might be able to still find it though. Let me see, because I had to remaster them for Patreon, so they should be. Oh, I'm tripping. What am I doing? I can just go here. Move. All right. Where that? Come on. What the videos? Oh no, I gotta go to the other one. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. 1 second. There we go. Okay, now we're here. Okay. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Is it? Okay. Oh no, okay. It's the other one. Move it. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Hold on. Ooh, hold on. Hold it, motherfucker. Hold it. All right. Now we're going to watch basically the same clip again. Okay? We're going to watch the same clip now. And we're going to watch it from my edit. All right? And we're going to watch a little bit extra before we get to the... I'm trying to think if I watch too much more of this video. I'm not quite sure. We'll see. Come on.
I don't consider myself to be a religious person, but every time I can go to church, I go. Because I now understand what I'm going there for. Someday. And I think that that's where the disconnect exists for a lot of people. There is what can become a pathology of church going, going to a place that does nothing to edify you. When I went to church, I was terrified. I felt like it was the worst thing in the world. I hated every minute of it. And it wasn't for me, you know, maybe we can compare it to going to jail. But when I left the church is where I found a liberation, right? Someday. I had to rely on myself. I had to find God someplace else. Someday. I've spoken about this before, about God being this mythical creature outside somewhere just determining you're going to have a shitty life, you're going to have a great life, I'm going to answer your prayer, I'm not going to answer your prayer because you shitty. Oh, you gay, you're going to die, you know.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So for me, it's like, I think that it was a huge failure for me. But God has, for me, I consider God to be love.
Oh shit!
I consider God to be the universe.
Really, nigga?
Oh shit!
I have my own understanding of God.
Okay.
I find God in the church that I go to, which is FCBC in New York. And I go to that church because what I've learned
Here we go. Real work again. Real work. Look at that shit. That wicked bullshit. That's his church. Oh, hold on. Let's go back a little bit. You know what? Let's read that. Hold on. Let it ride a little bit. We're gonna read that. All right. Can y'all see that on the screen? Y'all should be able to see it. Exposed. Y'all should be able to see it on the screen, but I'm going to read it. God becomes the universe. The belief that God became the universe is a theological doctrine that has been developed several times historically and holds that the creator of the universe actually became the universe. Right. Historically, for versions of this theory where God has ceased to exist or to act as a separate and conscious entity, some have used the term pantheism, meaning believing all what would you call it? Believing in all things basically, which combines aspects of pantheism and deism to refer to such theology. A similar concept is pan, pantheism. Am I saying that right? Pantheism. My bad. Pantheism, which has the creator become the universe only in part, but remains in some other part transcendent to it as well. What the? It's just made up crap. Hold on, we're gonna get to that. Okay, this should be it. Okay, many ancient mythologies. Keep in mind, mythologies suggested that the world was created from a physical substance of a dead deity. What the hell? Or a being of similar power. In Babylonian mythology, the young god Marduk slew Tiamat and created the known world from her body. Wow. Similarly, Norse mythology poised that Odin and his brothers Vali and Ve defeated the frost giant Ymir and created the world from his skull. If you read, well, if anybody's ever played God of War, the 2018, Namir, the wise man, he tells these stories. So that's why I love watching those things. But anyway, Chinese mythology of the three kingdoms of the three kingdoms era recounts the creation of elements of the physical world, mountains, rivers, sun and moon, etc., from the body of a creator called Panji? Pangu? Oh, Pangu. Such stories did not go as far as to identify the designer of the world as being one as having used his or her own body to provide the material. Because it's all fake, duh. But one such example exists in Polynesian myth, for in the islands of the Pacific, the idea of supreme deity manifests in a divinity that New Zealanders call Tangaroa, Tangaroa. The Hawaiians Kanaroa, the Tongans and Samoans Tagaloa. The Georgian and Society Islanders Taror, a native poetic definition of the creator, relates he was Taror in his name. He abode in the void, no earth, no sky, no man. Taror calls, but not answers. And alone existing, he became the universe. The props are Taror. The rocks are Taror. The sands are Taror. It is thus he. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, thus he is. I can't read that last part. Himself is thus it is thus he himself is named. Okay, so y'all read all that. Now, of course, we understand that's fake, so we'll keep going. Hold on. There you go. You should have been here, Swin. I'm trying to tell you, man. Look at all them fake ass deities. Let's go back to that. Look at that shit. Hold on. Look at that. Look at all them lust and love deities. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Look at that bullshit, man. When they talk about God is love, that's who they're talking about. These deities right here and on and on. Look at that. Himeros, Hedilagos, Hermaphroditus. We know about that one. Hymen or Hymen, Pothos, Pan. We all know about Pan, boy. Woo! Hermes, Selene. Come on, man. Astarte. We all know about Astarte. Katesh. I think Katesh has been touched before. Bastet. We know about Bastet. Bastet, if I'm not mistaken, that was the name of the queen of Wakanda, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't her name Bastet? I think it was Bastet. If I'm wrong, y'all can correct me. But I believe it was Bastet. Bess, we've heard about Bess thanks to COJ. Hathor, we all know about Hathor. Min, yeah, we all know about Min. Ptah Min, things of that nature. Qatesh, that was also in the Egyptians. So, there you go. Hold on. Look at that. Look at that. Hassa? I don't even know what culture that is. Zamani, Mesopotamian. That means kind of like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That middle area, like between Europe and Asia, things of that nature. Ishtar, Inanna, we know about that. Thanks to COJ once again. Is that Nanya? I don't know. Same thing. Same bitch. Look at that. Real work. Real distinction. Isaiah 45, 4-7. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee. Thou hast not known me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no power. There is no God besides me. I've girded thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun, from the west, that there is none besides me. I am the Lord Yahweh, there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord Yahweh, do all these things. Okay? Yes, he gave these other nations the spirit to worship pagan deities because he wasn't dealing with them. But Israel was only supposed to worship the Most High, as instructed to us in the law. No other false deities, as clearly described in Deuteronomy the 4th chapter, and just in the basic sense, just the basic commandment, Deuteronomy the 5th chapter. It's that fucking simple. You know what? And 6th chapter as well. I forgot about that. But Deuteronomy 4th chapter, 5th chapter, and 6th chapter clearly tells you don't worship no false gods. God is love. No, that is absolutely false nonsense. Well, I'm about to say the F word, but supreme, pure, uncut bullshit. All right, none of that shit is true. All right, God is love. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
In terms of education.
Okay, so we kind of looked at all that. I just wanted to go through that with y'all, to really showcase some throwbacks. You know what I mean? We put in that real work over here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't lazy. The NWB's been putting in that work, man. We've been showing you the hidden treasures of secret places, as in Isaiah 45:3. We've been showcasing that, man. We've been putting in this work. You gotta put in the work, man. You gotta put in the time. That's how you truly understand the Lord, through the wisdom, through the knowledge. Okay, that is what's holy. Period. Before we go, make sure we ain't got no extra comments. Yep, exposed. Agreed. Rendy. Agreed. Yeah, my boy TKP, you should have been here for that, my boy. I'm trying to tell you, man. That shit was too funny, man. Woo! That was some wild ass shit, boy.
Controversy on a grapevine?
Do you guys think God exists?
Yes.
Obviously,
Yes.
Marcus, you
No.
don't.
No, I don't.
And why don't you think God exists?
I think that there's a thing called religion, and there have been religions before Christianity, and there's been religions after Christianity.
Duh.
And they all believe kind of similar things.
Duh.
And I don't think there's anything about them that I think any of us, I don't think most of us believe that most religions that have ever existed are talking about gods that are real. And I think if you took those same religions and you have them face Christianity, they'd be like, well, of course yours aren't real. And just everybody sitting at this table doesn't believe in 99% of the religions that have ever existed. And so, I don't believe in God in the sense of Christianity. I don't know if a God exists. I'm just saying, I don't believe that that's what makes me an atheist. I don't believe that there's a God that Christianity says. I don't believe there's a God that Judaism says, Islam, Baha'i, Hinduism, whatever. But I think what makes me an agnostic, and I think a lot of people.
Towards agnostic.
I think you can be both.
What?
It's not like an either or. I don't think you're going to find very many atheists who say, "I know for a fact there's no God."
Lies.
I don't think it's even possible to know if there's a God. It could be aliens for all I know. But I don't even know if it's possible to know that. So I'm not saying that I don't.
Once again, if you want it, shout out to that crazy white dude, so-called white dude, Norman Bergram. You can look him up on YouTube. He tells you basically who the aliens are. So, you know what? Whatever.
That I know God doesn't exist. I'm just saying that if all the religions I've seen, I have not seen anything all that convincing.
That's convinced you. Go ahead,
based on.
I believe in God. I believe in him, but I don't think that it's.
Why do you believe in God?
There's really just inexplicable things that have happened in my life and other people's lives. That's even if God is not the names, there is some higher being that has had some hand in it. I don't believe that it's just us. There is something more in this world than just us.
That's true.
I think actually that what happens for a lot of religions that it translates into each other, bleeds into each other. We just call it different names. I'm Nigerian, and the way that a lot of I'm Igbo. Because the Igbo, I'm going to talk about the Igbo, indigenous religion before the colonization occurred. Every Igbo, from in Bisa or East Africa, the village that I'm from, everybody has their own. There's Chukwu, which is the Almighty God. Then there's the Chi. Every household has their own Chi. And I've always translated that because I'm Catholic now, is that Chukwu would be God, the God. Then your Chi would be Jesus, and then all the little Chis and the Chi and all of that stuff would be the saints. And I kind of looked at that, and same thing with
Wow. What a dummy. The way these people think is hilarious. Thank you, sir. I'm just grateful that the Lord gave me the eyes to see, ears to hear, and a mind to think. I agree, sir. Like, what the fuck? Chuku. Chuku is the most high. Chi is Christ. And everyone that's got the chi is the saints. Is the saints. Give me a break. Religion is so complicated when the Most High makes it so simple. I agree. Like, goddamn. I fucking give up, man. I give up.
You know,
Don't Asian cultures have much cheese?
yeah, it's the energy,
the life force.
So that's kind of how I feel. I feel like it all, like, you know, it's a very everything is very it's like almost like the circle of life. I hate to, you know, but it's just like we kind of like follow. Yeah, you know, everything Greek mythology. I've always considered it to be like a lot of our Christianity is built on top of other religions. Like it
sure is.
Pulls from, and I think that's what it is. I don't even think that they're separate from each other. I think a lot of it is just really combined, and we call it different things.
That's true.
I come from, I guess, a different perspective.
That's true. It's all the same shit. It's all the same satanic bullshit. It's all the same bullshit taught by Adam and Eve after they fell, and then it was then post flood. It was taught by Cush, Ham, Cush, Nimrod, and Semiramis. It's all the same bullshit. All right. So she's definitely correct. The problem is that once again she's a Roman Catholic. She's part of a religion that don't even recognize her. Ain't that a bitch? I still can't get over that shit. But get to this dude, this guy. He talks kind of low, just to let y'all know. So I'm not sure if y'all gonna be able to hear him real well. So we'll see what happens.
I think that's what it is. I don't even think that they're separate from each other. I think a lot of it is just really combined, and we call it different things.
I come from, I guess, a different perspective of Christianity, because a lot of what you consider in the Bible, or even miraculous things, I've both experienced and seen firsthand.
Oh shit, he's one of those. He's one of those people. Damn, he sounds just like Micah already. Oh shit.
One reason I love Mark is because we talk about this a lot.
Oh, you guys know each other?
Yeah, well, from high school we used to sit at the table. We used to sit at the table just like this.
Oh snap!
But I love to hear him talk about what he's going through, because you not believing something doesn't have to negate your experience. But I also know for a fact the things that I've seen and happen, like the things, the literal things of people, limbs growing, seen it. I have 4 friends who've been in a church service and their legs have extended during a deliverance service. I've seen spiritual.
Wow.
I've seen actual demon spirits.
He's lying. What a liar. Oh my goodness. Man. What a liar. 1 Corinthians 11 and 2 Corinthians 11:3. But I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your mind shouldn't be corrupt from the simplicity that is in Christ. Simple as that. I mean, come on. I mean, it's as simple as that, man. That Kemetic Babylonian mystery school system shit, man. Christ never taught any of that. I'm that guy in the back laughing. Agreed. I think it's safe to say we all in that group. But then again, at everybody. Agreed. I'm laughing at everybody at this point. Fuck it. Out loud too. I'm laughing out loud at every fucking body.
But it's the thing. So, but when it's that time, it's like, why? It's because, well, he's answered my specific request.
What?
Meaning, when I read the Bible and I said, God, I want to know you like this. And he was like, all right, cool. And giving me experience with every single one of the people. It's not saying that you can't have a different experience.
Bruh. I asked God, I wanted to know you, and he said, all right, cool. Man, come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. You know what? We can't allow this guy. We can't even like, I can't even get past this point. I can't do it. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. We gotta go to the scriptures again. We gotta go to the scriptures again. We can't even allow this guy. I can't even do it. Like, and that sucks. But I can't even allow him to say those things. I can't allow him to say those things. Real quick. Come on. Come on. There we go. Let's start that crap. All right. Second Ezra's, chapter 7. I think it's like verse 29. Yep. After these years shall my son Christ die, and all the men that have life. What is that referring to? What is the term life in reference to there? For those that don't know. Of course, a lot of y'all brothers that's been in this live stream, especially for this long. One, I appreciate you being here. And two, you already know this. But the term life in this context is referring to spiritual powers. Okay? The ability to perform miracles. Okay? Which we're going to read about that in the New Testament. But just to round this out, once again, Second Ezra, chapter 7, verse 29, once again. After these years shall my son Christ die, and all men that have life. And the world shall return to the old silence 7 days, like as in the former judgments, so that no man shall remain. Okay? And after 7 days, the world that yet awaketh not shall be raised up, and that shall die that is corrupt. And the earth shall restore those who are asleep in her, and so shall the dust those that dwell in silence. And the secret places shall deliver those souls who were committed unto them. And the Most High shall appear upon the seat of judgment, and misery shall pass away, and the long suffering shall have an end. Okay? The key there is verse 29. Okay? We are in verse 30. We are in the time period of the old silent 7 days. Meaning what? We don't have quote unquote life in the sense of spiritual powers. We don't have that, man. Any nigga that's talking about, oh, I saw limbs growing at the church, I saw things being raised from the dead, all that stuff is fake. He's lying. Okay? He's trying to graft you into his church so you can, pay tithes. It is what it is. And real quick, just to confirm this in the New Testament, as I just said, we was going to do. John, I can't believe I almost forgot it. John chapter 9, verse yeah. We'll just do verse 4. Just get to the point. Christ, this is him. Red with letters. Read that red writing just to get my head right. Anyway, I must work the works of him who sent me while it is day, when night is coming, when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Okay? We just read that all will die and all that have life. That's the time of the day. The time of the day is when the sons of Israel, chosen sons of Israel, will have that life, i.e. those spiritual powers. Right now, we are still in the time of the night. These people want to dead ass talking about limbs growing because they want to graft you into the church. Okay? That's what they want you to do. So, he's flat out lying. So, it is what it is. I don't really care what anybody has to say on that. The scriptures clearly debunk your notion. So, it is what it is. Oh, man. But, oh well. That's his problem. Back to the video.
I'm like, hey, man, you probably do. But because I've seen all of these things happen the exact same way they happened here because I asked and he literally responded. I cannot confide in anything but Jesus because when I asked him, he responded. Like, and when we talk, for me as a disciple of Jesus, as he says,
what
I try to word my things specifically to say, wow, I know some people, like you were saying, some things are close like this, but there's specific differences in the foundation of all of them that make them completely different. Now, while there are definitely similarities, but and without putting others down like me, I follow Jesus, that's it. Anything else, sorry, I'm not going to be doing it. But it's just saying the differences of what they are. Like, if I'm not mistaken, in Islam, Allah does not have a son.
Yeah, there's no Trinity.
There's no Trinity. So
there's no Trinity in the Bible.
Well, it's not like all the Trinity and such, but the
just to be clear,
God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. But that isn't in Islam and in Judaism. They're still waiting for the Messiah. So it's like the differences. I say while we can definitely come across the table and talk, we have to recognize that these are not the same.
You're saying
you think they're different gods?
We are different.
Go ahead.
You said they're different gods.
I'm asking you, are you saying that they're different gods? Like
Well,
we're worshiping different gods?
If you're saying
that's what he's trying to say.
That Allah doesn't have anything considered another piece of himself, like Jesus as such, then it would be two different things. Because the God of the Bible says is both God and Father and Son and the Spirit that is like together and in separate parts of the same, which Islam doesn't say.
And the Bible don't say that either. What is wrong with this man? Anyway.
Well, if I can offer a correction, that is not in biblical text. That is dogma
not.
That was created by a church body. The
That's
idea
true.
of the Trinity.
That's true.
While you can extrapolate it from the text,
no, you
it
can't.
is not present in the text.
So there's the
itself.
same thing about a Trinity.
It does not. It does not.
No.
Jesus does not say. Jesus does not say. And this is where I get all the heat from Christians about BS. Right? Jesus never says, "I am God."
That's true.
Right? That is something that we have applied to Jesus, whether you agree with it or not. Jesus never utters those words. So I just want us to be clear about that. What I was going to say is, I distinguishing the nature of God is above all of our pay grade.
Absolutely.
I agree. All of us.
Absolutely.
Well, here's the problem. As we just read in Isaiah 45:7, the nature of the Most High. So I'm not really quite sure what you're talking about. And Christ tells you, I believe in John the 4th chapter, that the Most High is a spirit. So, I mean, if it's above your pay grade, then, once again, you don't study the Bible. But anyway.
Each and every person in this room, right? That's like I can't level up to the point where I can distill in language the essence and the nature of God, right? And so I, as a Christian pastor, have decided that my experience is real to me, and I can only talk about
Idealism.
what I have experienced, but that
Idealism.
does not give me the right to then diminish somebody else's experience. Like
Idealism.
If you think about knowledge as on the pie chart, right? The percentage of that pie chart that all of us know, right, is quite small. And it is very possible that God's self exists in the rest of that we don't know. And so,
well, of course, that's what Isaiah 55th chapter says. But brother, the basic essence of the Most High was clearly explained, as I just stated, in Isaiah 45th chapter and John the 4th chapter. So I'm not really quite sure what you're saying here. But you know what? Whatever.
So for me to decide that Jesus is the only way and everybody else going to hell, right, is for me to assume a level of arrogance that is beyond my capacity to play that out.
So atheists don't believe in like hell. Do you believe like in the other
I mean,
world? Do you believe
I-
like in
no.
the spirit world?
I mean, I think the hardest thing about deconverting from Christianity is just getting over your fear that you're going to burn in hell for the rest of your
you
life.
guys don't believe in the spirit world or another.
I mean, some people do. I can't speak for every atheist. Because atheism isn't really a belief. It's just
what
a lack
about
of
you?
it. Like I don't think that there's any spirit world. I think that what's here in the material world is all that there is. I think that our minds. I think that our minds, like our life is in our minds, and when you're dead, it's gone.
Wow. Oh wait, hold on. Play that again.
Because atheism isn't really a belief.
Okay.
It's just a lack of it. Like I don't think that there's any spirit world. I think that what's here in the material world is all that there is. I think that our minds. I think that our minds, like our life is in our minds, and when you're dead, it's gone. I think that.
Wow. What a dork. I mean, seriously. He really thinks this is it. Okay. Well, you know what? I really don't feel like doing this, but you know what? Back to the scriptures again. We can't allow these spiritual idiots try to act like the scripture says something else when it doesn't say that. When it actually says something totally different. But you know what? Let's let the scripture speak about, atheists real quick. Let's see what we got. Come on. All right. 2 Ezra 8. It should be okay. We'll just get to the point. 2 Ezra 8, verse 55. And therefore ask thou no more questions concerning the multitude of them that perish. For when they had taken liberty, i.e. what? The freedom to be able to do what the fuck they want to do. Like we're in the time period now. That's the time period that we're in now. Full on liberty. They despised the Most High, thought scorn of his law, and forsook his ways. Moreover, they had trodden down his righteousness, and said in their heart, there is no God. Yea, and that knowing they must die. Okay? Nobody has trodden down the idea of a God. Obviously, nobody on this planet has trodden down the idea of a God more than atheists, obviously, for obvious reasons. So it's just that fucking simple. This nigga better sharpen up real quick before death shows up at his front door. But you know what? Whatever. That's his problem. As the scriptures tells us, buy the truth, sell it not. So, whatever. If that nigga want to believe there's no God, by all means, do you. But don't bring that shit around me, because don't nobody want that garbage. Don't nobody want that, that completely satanic garbage in my way. You can keep that shit at the dump.
I feel like I read a really good description of like atheism that was like your average atheist believes that like a person is like a battery, and like when the battery dies, that's it. Like,
wow.
That's it.
So why
So
wake up in the morning?
yeah, for me that's like the hard part about that. Like, where do you get your like will to like live if you feel like you're gonna die and just like that's it. But I also wanted to say something not related to that. So I wanted to say that talking about faith versus action. When I was growing up, my grandmother always used to say that God helps those that help themselves.
I'm sorry, guys, we have to cut.
Come on, hurry up. Oh, another ad. Come on, man.
I've got a problem that I'm pretty sure you can help me with. Yes, you will be paid for helping me. Actually paid
Yeah. Come on.
Mother always used to say like God helps those that help themselves. And even when people be like, oh, like God says we should do this or that, that's like always like my first like comeback. Like, well, help yourself also. And I was also kind of raised with this idea of like religion as like philanthropic. Like the point of religion is to help others. So even like the
No,
work
it's
that my
not.
grandmother does right now with the UCC, she's in Chicago. She's been there for 10 years, like working with at-risk youth and connect. Okay. And like when I was growing up in DC,
Chicago. Huh. When we see where the quote unquote UCC, we see where that's gotten Chicago. Happy New Year, Chicago. Oh, them niggas are screwed. Oh, man.
kind of going back to like the Nation of Islam, there's like a high Islamic Ethiopian population there. And I remember like when I would like go to like the corner store, they would be like, they're the ones like running the corner stores. They were the ones that was like opening the community centers. Like I just always had this idea of like religion, regardless of like the denomination as action, like as philanthropy. So when I feel like people are not about that action, I feel like you're not
about that life.
Yeah, like I feel like you're not about that life. And something that I wanted to say about like this idea of like the afterlife and whatever. For me personally, I don't really think too much or care about like an afterlife or anything like that. But for me, this might just be like my ego. I'm concerned about like losing my consciousness and this idea of like, dang, if there's nothing, so like this right now, the consciousness that I have right now is like, that's all there is. Cause like also, so my mother's agnostic. My maternal aunt was a Buddhist. So just this like, yeah, pretty much agnostic. And like I said, I was raised
So your family all the way fucked up.
in a family of Jehovah's Witnesses. So like I've been to the Kingdom Hall. So boring.
So I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So boring. We used to be in there like not out, like so boring. And the Kingdom Hall is all day. It's like 9 hours. I used to like go to like the Christian church, and so I just always had this idea of like number one that like your religious practice should be action, like it should be helping your community. But number two, I always just think like, man, if this is like all my consciousness is, kind of getting back to like Buddhism, for me that just like sucks. So I don't know, like that's just me. Like
Agreed. That does suck. But you know what? That sucky bullshit right there comes from the sucky act of religion. So you know what? Whatever. Let's see if there's anything else.
It's interesting. Wait,
I don't know.
It's interesting.
That's what my mom says, because my mom's agnostic. She's like, well, if you die and there's nothing else, you're not going to be aware of it, so who cares? And I'd be like, point.
It's interesting that you said Buddhism is kind of like.
It's kind of agnostic.
I practiced Buddhism for a little bit, and I felt like, because everything is self.
Yeah, everything is
and
self.
it felt empty.
I mean, that's kind of a thing. I mean, like everything
empty.
is self. That's kind of the Buddhism way of doing
Yeah.
it. You know, like the whole world is just your perception of it.
Yeah, it's felt very empty.
I just have one
Yeah.
very two questions. I guess this one, whatever. I'll ask it. Okay, so as an atheist, and I'm asking, I'm not, you gonna be what you're gonna be. My job is not to change or try. I
not
will
my job.
invite you down to my church because we got a nice little fish fry after.
I go to
But that's
Unitarian
neither
church.
here nor
It's
there.
good for me.
My question is,
This nigga not gonna invite him down to the church to actually get some Bible. He gonna invite him to the church so he can go get a fish fry. Whatever, man.
okay, so if you're an atheist, right? Y'all never had a church fish fry? All right. If you're atheist, if you're atheist,
yeah.
But you say you're married.
That wasn't the point, brother. But run this back.
There.
It's good for me.
My question is, okay, so if you're an atheist, right? Y'all never had a church fish fry? All right. If you're atheist, if you're atheist,
yeah.
But you say you're married.
Yeah.
So now marriage is something that's birthed in not even just Christianity, in a religion. The
No,
fact
it's
that
not.
a man and woman are coming together to become one.
Why is that religious?
Because it's not. He just made that up. It's cultural. It has nothing to do with religion. But whatever.
Marriage is a contract with the government.
No, that's what it is in America.
What'd she say?
And not even just Christianity, in a religion. The fact that a man and woman are coming together to become one.
Why is that religious?
Marriage is a contract with the government.
No, that's what it is in America. That's what it is in
I'm just saying.
That's what it is in America.
I mean,
A lot of places don't have.
You're right.
A lot of places in America, there's a bunch of married couples in the world that don't have a piece of paper. So you're submitting yourself.
Well, he said your wife is Christian, right?
She's not.
Yeah,
she's Christian. She's Christian.
She's not. You want to say it.
I want you to get in trouble. I just want to camera.
My wife is Christian.
And she's a babe. I know you're Christian, babe. I know.
But I just want to ask that one. And then number two, if there's no belief in nothing else, if there's no, what is your motivation? If there's nothing else, because we could say me, him, and him. We could say it's Christianity. She could say it's Roman Catholic. Donna could say it's the spirit. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Well, you can call it whatever name you want, but somewhere, like he said earlier, there's hope. That's what is pretty much pushing us all. There's some level of hope. So if you're not hopeful for anything, then what is your thing going on? And lastly, motivation going on. And lastly, just to go to the point that you were speaking about. It is slipping my mind. See, I asked.
Well, let Marcus answer the question.
All right, so I'm going to answer those two as quickly as I can. So for one, marriage can be a spiritual thing, and spiritual doesn't need to happen in the context of religion.
That's true.
It's emotional, it's legal, it's a lot of things. That's what marriage is. And so when we had our ceremony in a Unitarian church, we had one of my friends. I'm not going to shout him out here, but you know him as the mayor of our hometown, Dan. Do the ceremony. For my family's benefit and for her family's benefit, we had him sprinkle in a few little God references here and there. But for the most part, I mean, I think it's I think
like salt chef.
Sometimes,
yeah. A little God.
Bro. Oh my God, man. These ignorant bastards. Ignorant bastards.
I've already asked y'all. I don't know why they keep bringing me in here. No, I ain't.
But so I'm saying that like marriage is a lot of things, right? Like, and it's hard. I think it's hard work, and I think it's a partnership, and that's what I view it as entering into.
It can
I don't
be a
view
contract
it.
between you and your wife. And
Yeah, it's a contract between me and my wife, and that's why people say. I mean, that's why everybody, my family members, would say, "What happens in your marriage is between you, your wife, and God." But it's between me and my wife.
For you, yeah.
That's what it is for me.
Go ahead, Carl.
Just two quick things. Just a response to what Mouse was saying, like, what does an atheist or agnostic person look for? I think this is what kind of sometimes puts those people on a higher moral ground than religious people, because it's all about your contribution to humanity, and that's what
you hear that? Contribution to humanity, i.e., what? A humanist / globalist, Luciferian.
a lot of religious people lost, like they're just worried about not going to hell as opposed to contributing to humanity. So when an atheist and agnostic is being a good person or doing a charity, he's doing that out of his own goodwill, trying to contribute to humanity, as opposed
Allegedly, whatever that even means.
to like, this is my payment to get into heaven. Like, let me do a couple of these.
We don't know what.
No, but I'm just saying, it's just the motivation.
I
Like, the
agree.
motivation comes from a purer place or whatever.
I'm not thinking anything out of
Exactly.
Go ahead, let's talk
Hold
about
on,
it.
real quick. The second thing, bro, show me a videotape of a leg growing. I promise I'll be in that church Sunday. I swear to God. I'll be there every.
Well, you ain't got to worry about that, brother, because he don't have it. Neither does anybody else.
I swear, like, I mean, show it to me. I swear, I'll be there Sunday.
Let Natasha go, then Natasha can go.
So I was thinking about my relationship with religion, and I've thought about it in the context of how Black people, I'm speaking from a Christianity perspective. I do believe in God, but when I met Christianity, it was through a time of trauma. And so I really latched on to that religion, the religion of Christianity. But when I was a Jesus freak, my life personally felt like a prison, like I was living by the rules.
A Jesus freak? Wow.
And the book and what not to do. And I thought things that were bad to me were happening as a punishment by God because I did this sin the other day and I did that and I'm being punished. And it felt restrictive and I started to resent it. And I think about how, on a bigger scale, of how Black people came to know Christianity, and that was through trauma. And I think about how Black people are living as children of slaves in this country and going through all the battles that they're going through, and they hold on to.
Once again, all that, those breakdowns will be coming in February. All right. So you've already been over this. This bitch is fucking retarded. You know what? Fuck this.
To religion, like when Dylan Roof came in and just killed everyone, the first thing those people did was hold on to their religion, and the first thing they did was fall back onto their religion because it's such a shocking, traumatic, horrible thing that happens, and what you know has to save you. It's the desperation. This thing has to save me. So they come out peaceful and smiling, and God said forgive, and I forgive. No, like you're allowed to be angry and not forgive and do all of that, and and
not to say anything that they should have done.
Well, the scriptures clearly tell us to be slow to anger. So, you know, once again, just another bitch that's just babbling.
Right, none of that. But I eventually left. I left religion behind, and I kind of came to self, as if I guess the way you guys summarize your experiences with Buddhism. And I really advocate for meditation because that is being self-servient and looking into yourself. And I believe, since I believe in God, I believe God is in me. And how
Oh boy, self-worshiper.
I got to know him way more than any church, Bible, anything could have ever taught me. I
Luciferian.
learned God, heard from God, saw and felt God when I looked inside of myself. And
Big time Luciferian.
from that, I'm able to give my healing and give my love and put smiles on people's faces and make sure people are okay, because if God has filled me up this much, you're going to feel that too from me.
Amen.
I agree.
What the fuck? Man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What the fuck is that on the neck? That big ass bullshit. Like a fucking shock collar. Ugly. Like a fucking shock collar on a damn neck, man. Fuck out of here, bitch. This shit crazy. This is nuts.
You spoke a word. That was really great.
I was actually, I guess it's to both points. I was thinking when you said about like what is your motivation to wake up, and I think simply, even if you don't believe in something outside before or after this life, just simply living your best life is motivation enough to get up in the morning. And then I think like I said, I believe in God, but I've come to the point in my life where like I had to do a lot of self-reflection. And while there's a lot of people don't believe I go to church, but a lot of people don't. But I go to church unless I'm here, I'm in church every Sunday. Like, because I can't make it to Mass, but like, I'm here. Unless I'm here, like I go to church every Sunday. I'm very big on my Catholic faith. I'm very big on Mary, all that stuff. But there is a way that I interpret it that I'm not sure that most Catholics would agree with. I keep it to myself because I don't have time to be arguing with everybody. But
I feel like interpretation is important.
And I think that's one thing that I think has been missing. And I was trying to say this before within the Black community, we continue the interpretation that was given to us as slaves. And until we can break away from that, because we're passing on, it's being passed.
My goodness, here comes the slave shit again.
On like I'm Nigerian, but like it's the colonizer, their religion is being passed on to us. It's telling us that anything besides Christianity or Islam is bad. And and that's something I've been looking into the religion that happened before they came. And trying to break from the idea that it's something wrong with it. And it's something that we have to rectify. The idea that anything outside of these white religions are bad.
I feel like if anything.
Oh boy, here we come with these religions, white religions and white colonizers bullshit again.
Our culture was stronger.
Oh, absolutely. There was more. It was more equitable.
Community. I think it's also interesting that here in America you see mosques and churches on every corner. But even like when I was in Nigeria, the church everywhere. It's like a parallel.
It is, and how before I said it, a lot of pastors are exploiting their flocks, and not only that are they exploiting their flocks, but they are suffering from mental. Because I said this, like mental illness tends to be manifested in extreme faith, and like it's not to say that if you have extreme.
Idealism.
extreme faith, but a lot of times, a lot of these like quote unquote voices that people hear and stuff like that, it's mental illness. And
Agreed. I.e. what? Idealism.
Sorry, but I just wanted to,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but we have to wrap this up. So Roger, I'll let you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, and you touched on some of it.
I don't care what you have to say. All right. From what I remember, he didn't really say nothing, but I'd rather leave it off on her point because what she said was a very good point, And that's what these religions force you to do. They have you believing in a whole bunch of mess, i.e. what? Extreme faith. So, But that's what happens when you actually return to the code. You don't have those issues if you are humble enough before the Most High, because the Most High reveals real history to you. He reveals what these verses actually mean little by little. So, no. So, her being Catholic don't work. So, but is what it is. Now, one more, guys. One more. All right, let's see what we got here. One more. Now, this one, I don't quite remember the context of this, like the storyline here, but just to give a little rundown. You see the title. Apparently, there's this church. I forgot where the church is at. I forgot. But they had a female pastor. Once again, we read Revelation 2 and 9. Revelation 2 starting verse 18 about the church of Thyatira. So we should all know where this is going. So, they'll explain a little bit of it. We'll let it rip. Get your popcorn ready. That's all I got to say. Get your fucking popcorn ready.
In the media a couple of weeks ago for some crazy things that she said. Donovan, can you give us a recap of what she said?
Yeah, so I think what was it, about maybe a good 2 months.
Can y'all hear that? That shit low as fuck. What the fuck? What the hell? Why my shit not up? Oh, hold on. Real quick. Why the fuck did this shit go down to 5? What's wrong with this shit?
Months ago, if that Kim Burrell was.
Can y'all hear that? Just to make sure. Can y'all hear that? I mean, I can hear it because in my earbuds, but I'm just trying to make sure everybody can hear that real clearly. Because the audio, I don't know what it is, but the audio changed. I'm not quite sure why, but just to make sure y'all can hear that. All right, cool. Appreciate that, Randy.
Seen on video at her own home church, I believe. December 30th. Pacing around the stage talking about death to homosexuals in 2017.
Yeah.
And I recently learned that she was talking about a penis in some man's mouth and stuff. It was like one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. And I've been in some pretty hateful homosexual chat in church, but it was like, I know that it's rooted in something else. I don't know what may have happened to her. I don't know what she may have experienced, but yeah, that was pretty much what it was.
So, Garen, you're a new member of the panel, so you have to hear Garen, sorry. So what did you think about what Kim Burrell said? Can you give kind of like your insight on
As a gay black man, it was very hurtful, but it wasn't a surprise. It was something new that I haven't seen. I had a father who was a minister. I haven't heard or seen in the black church. My father was a minister.
Now, keep in mind, this motherfucker is wearing all black for Saturn. Just keep that in mind.
He's passed away. I think it's important to also isolate the fact that she not only did she condemn gay people to hell, but she also was just very reckless as a minister, as a leader of the black church. She spoke on things she had no business speaking on. She insinuated that Pastor Eddie Long had AIDS, and that's what he was dying from. And as a journalist, it's been reported that he had cancer or terminal illness, and that he didn't want to publicly express that. But for her to insinuate that, on the pulpit,
No. Didn't she also say that someone in her congregation was like molesting little boys or something? She was like,
she was insinuating that. Oh, she was talking about Eddie Long.
She talked about Eddie Long. She talked about
Andrew
Caldwell. She talked about a number of things.
Oh, and so Caldwell's the guy who was
right. I'm not getting
Which is he's a direct result of what I talk about when the church turns on itself. That is a direct result. Like we got to start. I don't be going to church all the time. I just be there. But when
I'll put you to we. I'm in the
we be there. All right. We. Right. But what I'm saying is there's this. I'll talk about me, right? I'm not gay, but I'm definitely not the prototypical Christian. When they see me, they don't say, "We need him to do praise and worship." No, when they see the church looks at me the same. The church looks at me the same way white people look at us, right? The same way.
Here we go with the race baiting. Here we go with this bullshit again. It always happens in these gay conversations. Ain't that something?
And I'm just talking about for me personally. I can't speak about anybody else, but when they see me, they see or almost like you see the gay people. But when a white person sees me, they want to cross the street. They want to lock the doors, hold their purse a little tighter. Now, when I walk through those doors and everybody's black and everybody looks like me and everybody smells like me and we all come.
What is this nigga talking about? This nigga really think when the average person is looking at him, they, oh my goodness, whatever.
For the same struggle, but because I don't decide to wear a 3-piece suit, because I don't want to wear the shiny shoes, I got tattoos everywhere that I could put. I have an actual past. I've walked this life. I didn't live my life going by what somebody else says to. Like I actually have a past and a pretty public one at that. So when they see me, they see, oh, that's rebellion, and they're quick to say, well, rebellion is witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? So they're quick to demonize me. So like I said, I have not experienced as
well, brother, are you a witch?
As heavy as a struggle as the black gay man or woman in the church, but I could definitely see, and that's the problem. That's where we get Andrew Colwell. That's where we get somebody who is so he's been pushing the corner all his life, and it now looks like a chance to say, oh, everybody can accept me. So he gonna jump in front, no matter how ignorant he sounded. I don't know if he rehearsed that or didn't, but to jump in front of there on the Kojic hugest platform, and I'm delivered and all. That's what we get. So we don't have any. So the church has no one to blame. They don't got homosexuals, Satan. They don't have nobody to blame for Andrew Colwell but themselves.
Go ahead,
So the Kimberell thing is a number of things. So I just got to be up front because it hasn't come up to this point. I am a black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Okay.
And I consider my discipleship very seriously. I take Jesus seriously.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, you would not stand out or be ostracized.
What that nigga just say? Hold up. Back to the edits. Time out. Back to the edits. I know this nigga did not just say what I thought he said. This nigga. Time out. Time the fuck out. Time all the way out. This nigga, bro. Hold up. Back to the edits. Let's see. Hold up. Give me. Okay. This is where we should be at. Give me a second. Hold up. Okay. Hold up. We gonna rewind that back. We gonna do this. We gonna do this like Brutus, bro. Hold up. Give it a second. Give us a second. Oh, hurry up. All right. Hold up. Are y'all still with me? All right. Hold up. Oh, I'm about to show you what you're hearing. I'm about to show you. Here we go. Rewind, replay it through the special effects.
So I just got to be upfront because it hasn't come up to this point.
And here we go.
I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Okay.
And I consider my discipleship very seriously. I take Jesus serious.
Okay.
What? I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
What the hell is even that?
I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
What kind of shit is that?
I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Oh my God!
I am a Black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Hell no! To the no. Hell to the no.
And I consider my discipleship very seriously. I take Jesus serious.
Okay. No. To the no. To the no. To the no.
Tell him, Bishop. Hold up. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see it? We've already read it. Thinketh not that I've come to destroy the law of the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall breaketh one of the least commandments and teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Once again, we've already been over this. What is part of the law? What is fornication? Homosexuality, as in Leviticus, the 18th chapter, sexual wickedness. That is part of the law that was instructed to the Israelites not to do. Not no damn Christians nor any other religion. The Israelites. They were instructed not to be homo. And Christ just said here that he did not come to destroy the law or the prophets, but to fulfill it. So that means that law was not destroyed by Christ. And yet this nigga said that he is a Black gay minister of Christ. What? I mean, seriously. Worker of iniquity. 2 Thessalonians 2nd chapter 7th verse, for the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. I mean, God damn. Matthew 11:8. Matthew 11:8. I should just put Matthew 11 verse 8 there because the rest of that don't really matter. But Matthew 11 verse 8. But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that were wearing soft clothing are in kings' houses. What when it says soft clothing, what is that referring to? Not that much clothing at all. meaning what? They were sex slaves to the king. Okay, that's what that's referring to, i.e., a sodomite or a male prostitute. Okay, i.e., what? Homosexuality. Also, a little boy can be dressed up in soft clothing at that time. They would be considered a catamite or malakos. Shout out to Chronicles for that in his pedophile church series. So, what is this nigga talking about? But yet, this dude is a black gay minister of Christ. Real interesting. Oh, man. Let's play a little bit more.
Interestingly enough, you would not stand out or be ostracized or looked upon differently at the place that I practice worship. Like none of the variant people that are in this room would be cool because we take Jesus serious. And I have to question, and I have the right, the authority as a
black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Okay.
So when I talk
now wait a minute. Didn't he say in the last video that his experience is only real to him and he could not condemn anyone based off of their experience? But when it came to her dissing homosexual, now all of a sudden he has the authority and the right to condemn her motherfucking ass. Now all of a sudden he has the right to judge whether she's a proper teacher or not. I thought everybody's experience was real to them. Come on now, my guy. Make up your mind. Which one is it? Is everybody's experience, is everybody's thought process real to them? Or is it, or is that sentiment only convenient as long as, or is that sentiment only true as long as they don't come after homosexuals? Which one is it? Brother, you know what? Back to the scriptures. Back to the scriptures, man. Back to the scriptures, man. Back to the scriptures. Hold up real quick. Matthew 12. Hold on. Give me a second. Matthew 12, one of my favorite verses. Matthew 12 and 37. For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Okay? He created that standard with his own mouth, saying that my experience is real to me, and I am not justified to condemn your own experience. Until it's time for somebody to condemn homosexuality, as you should, as stated in the law given to only Israelites, you should condemn that. But once that happens, now all of a sudden it's time to stick out your chest as a proud black gay minister of Christ. It's time for you to stick out your chest and condemn her for condemning homosexuals. Very interesting, dude. I think that's very interesting that you created both standards talking out of both sides of your fucking mouth. But you know what? Whatever. The only reason why you're talking out of both sides of your mouth right now is because you don't. Never mind. You know what? No, I'm gonna stop. It's for edification purposes. I haven't said it in a while. YouTube, fair use. Fair use. Oh man.
But to jump in front of there on the Kojic huge platform, I'm delivered and all, that's what we get. So we don't have any, so the church has no one to blame. They don't got homosexuals, Satan.
And so Kim Burrell divorced from her husband, who
Hold on.
behind it, right? That needs to be drawn to what you bring to the practice of being a minister. Like she operated outside of ethics, and I consider my discipleship
Okay.
very seriously.
Oh, let's rewind that one more time so we can hear it one more time. One more time.
So
For the road, one more time.
The Kimberell thing is a number of things. So I just got to be upfront because it hasn't come up to this point. I am
One more time.
black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Okay.
And I
Hold on, rewind that
the
one more
Kimberell
time. I was
thing
talking.
Is a number of things. So I just got to be upfront because it hasn't come up to this point. I am a black gay minister of the gospel of Jesus.
Okay.
And I consider my discipleship very seriously. I take Jesus serious.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, you would not stand out or be ostracized or looked upon differently at the place that I practice worship.
Mm-hmm.
Like none of the variant people that are in this room would be cool because we take Jesus seriously. And I have to question, and I have the right, the authority as a minister of the gospel to question Kimberell's practice of being a minister. Like she operated outside of ethics, right? When you got issues that you are struggling with, dealing with in your own life, there is a line that needs to be drawn to what you bring to the preaching moment.
So you think she has space going on?
I know she has. It is in the public domain that she has. And so when I have issues with something, I have a responsibility to take the preaching moment seriously because I say in that moment, God has given me something to say. And then everything else that I say after that has this weight of God behind it, right? In the Christian circle. And so Kimberell divorced from her husband, who is purportedly gay.
Oh, her husband.
Yes.
Oh.
And so purportedly, right? And this was the issue in their marriage, right? This is purported as so she has never commented on it, but he has in some avenues. But so when you have this brokenness, right? You're a black female preacher married.
Keep in mind, he didn't answer the question that she asked. She just asked him, so he said he was gay. He just went right past that to keep talking, which means that something's telling me, I don't know for sure, but something is telling me that there is a chance that goddamn female pastor was just making shit up about her husband. It's possible. I'm not saying that's the case. He very well could be tasting the rainbow. But based off of his own reporting or whatever, I can't 100% confirm that. So that was nothing. But anyway,
married to a man that likes other men. And the church has demonized women in the same way because you should be able to pull him out of that, right? Mm-hmm. You should be able to make him straight and all of these different things. We can go into all of that. And so there's that trauma there. There's the public trauma of dealing with it. And so all of this bleeds into your ministry moment where it seems nothing but vitriolic, right? And so when I talk about being a radical disciple of Jesus, right, I think that we should be hell-bent on the things that Jesus was hell-bent about and shut up about the things that Jesus did not talk about. Jesus, right. Like leave it, you don't know it, just leave it alone. Jesus.
Bruh, once again, Matthew 5:17 clearly states, I did not come to destroy the law, but I came to fulfill it. And he clearly says in verse 18 that not one jot nor one tittle of the law shall ever pass from it. Okay? So he came to teach the whole law, sir. Like, what gives you this notion that everything of the law was not discussed? Because only a part, because there was only 4 books mentioned? Like, dude. You know what? Never mind. This guy's about to make some shit up.
Jesus talks about sexual sin round about 3 times. You would think that was all he talked about if you walked into black churches. But Jesus addresses the woman at the well, right? who has had 5 different husbands, and the man she was sleeping with wasn't her husband.
Ho.
The woman who was caught in adultery, like they caught her doing it, right? The law says you bring both people. Surprisingly, only a woman shows up.
Well, that's the point, brother. But you know what? Real quick, let me make sure I get this right. We're actually going to read this account. Make sure I got this account correct. Just give me 1 second. This is it. All right, yeah. Okay, real quick. Sorry for that. Had to look that up. Make sure I get the account correct. So we're gonna actually look this up in scripture so that we can get this in appropriate context. Because this nigga is being slick. Matthew, chapter 8. It should be starting at verse 1. When he came down from the mountain, great multitudes followed him. And behold, there came a leper and worshipped. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Make sure. Ooh, I might have been in the wrong chapter. I'm in the wrong chapter. It's John 8. Sorry. John 8. Ooh. Sorry about that. John 8. Woo. John 8. You know what? Let me real quick. Let me look this up. Because that's why I got confused. I forgot I'm in the wrong Bible app. I'm not in the wrong one, but you get the point. Okay. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. Ooh, let me plug up my chart. John chapter 8. Matthew chapter 8. That was way off. John chapter 8, starting at verse 1. But Yahushua went to the Mount of Olives. Now early in the morning he came again into the temple, and all the people came to him, and he sat down and taught them. Then the scribes and Pharisees brought to him a woman caught in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman was caught in adultery in the very act. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. Us that such should be stoned. But what do you say? This they said, testing him, that they might have something of which to accuse him. But Yahushua stooped down and wrote on the ground with his finger as though he did not hear. So then they continued asking him. He raised himself up and said to them, He who is without sin among you, let him throw a stone at her first. Or, in other translations, cast the first stone. And again, he stooped down and wrote on the ground. Then those who heard it, being convicted by their conscience, went out one by one, beginning with the oldest even to the last. And Yahushua was left alone, and the woman standing in the midst. When Yahushua had raised himself up and saw no one but the woman, he said to her, Woman, where are those accusers of yours? Has no one condemned you? She said, No one, Lord. And Yahushua said to her, Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more. Then Yahushua spoke to them, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me shall not walk in darkness, but have the light of life. Now, let's look at some stuff because he's being slick here. All right, let's go to verse 3. Then the scribes and Pharisees brought to him a woman caught in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman was caught in adultery in the very act. Now let's pay attention to the law of Moses. Let's pay attention to what the law says. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. Now, real quick, let me make sure. It might be It might be either Leviticus 19. Make sure. It might be 20. It's not 20. It might be 18. Right? Oh, I know where I can go. I know where I can go for this one. Right? I know where I can go. Go to Deuteronomy. The precepts that have been called into question. Not Deuteronomy 28. It should be like 20. Stones. Real quick. Let me look at something just to make sure I'm looking at it the right way. The chapter. Leviticus, actually, it's cool. All right. Where is truth? Give me a second. Because there's context to this law. Clear context. Yeah. Okay. Deuteronomy 22. It should be Deuteronomy 22. That's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for right here. Should be starting at verse. Okay, it should be starting at verse 22. Right? It's going to go into two separate things right here. So it's Deuteronomy 22, starting at verse 22. If a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then both of them shall die. Okay, meaning what? They're both brought in front. So they're both brought, in front of the courts, things of that nature. The man that lay with the woman and the woman, so you shall put away the evil from Israel. If a young woman who is a virgin is betrothed to a husband, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death with stones. The young woman, because she did not cry out in the city, and the man, because he humbled his neighbor's wife. So you shall put away the evil from among you. Okay? Now, we're just going to start at verse 24, right? Because what does it say? You shall bring them both. Now, look at John 8. Okay? Look at John 8. Again, who was only brought forth? The woman, right? Then the scribes and Pharisees brought to him a woman. Notice the man wasn't there. Now, why was the man not there? Keep in mind, they caught her in adultery. Allegedly. The law clearly states that if you catch them in adultery, you must bring them both out. So one can easily deduce by looking at the law and then looking at John 8 that clearly those Pharisees and scribes did not catch no bitch in adultery. They clearly didn't do it. They just took a random woman, brought her into the court to try to trick Yahushua into stoning a woman who was innocent. That's why he says, hold on, right here. Okay. Woman, where are those accusers of yours? Has no one condemned you? She said, no one, Lord. And Yahushua said to her, neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more. What is that in reference to? What is he meaning when he says that? What he's saying is that he has no idea whether she committed adultery or not. And based off of the structure of these scriptures, one can easily say that she did not commit adultery and that the Pharisees and the scribes were trying to just trick Christ by choosing a random woman off the street. They were trying to trick Christ into basically committing murder, which is against the goddamn law to be committing murder. Okay? Thou shalt not kill. They was trying to trick him into doing that by killing a woman that they said committed adultery. But keep in mind, the man's not there, so you don't even have both parties involved. So that's why he said right here, he who is without sin among you, let him throw the stone at her first. Why did he say that? Because one, no man is perfect. That's number one. But two, even if by some miracle, any of those men, those scribes and Pharisees, elders, whatever, that was sitting there as part of the opposition to Christ at the time, even if they had violated no laws before that morning, that day, even if they had violated no laws until then, they would have violated it now, because the law says both the man and the woman has to show up, but yet they only brought the woman. So point blank period, if both the man and the woman are not present, then you can't stone anybody. You're supposed to stone both the man and the woman at the same time. Not, stone the woman and let the man go free. No, you've already violated the law. But Christ knew that because he knows the law. He is the word. So at the end of the day, he knew not to stone her unless if there are true witnesses there, plus both parties involved in the adultery. He knows that. But they were trying to trick him based off of the fact that he never broke the law. Obviously, that was just another way of them tricking him. But he already knew it. That's why he hit him with a simple two-liner. He who is without sin among you, let him throw a stone at her first. So no, this guy's being slick. The point is that the law clearly states that both parties are supposed to show up. But I guarantee you, if only the man showed up, he would have had no issue with this story, because like he already said, he's against the fucking patriarchy with his sweet ass. Anyway, I'm just fucking pathetic, man. You can't with these guys. Just fucking jackasses. But anyway, back to the damn video. It gets better, I think.
Right? And then you have Jesus's discourse on divorce. These are the only 3 instances where Jesus addresses sexual sin. Everything else that we're talking about sexual sin does not come from Christ, who we purport to follow. Right?
Well, that's why we follow the Most High first, and then through the example of Christ second. So, but you know what? Whatever. You're a damn Christian. What do you call himself? A minister, a gay minister of Christ. So, whatever. He's just talking shit. And we've already cited Christ talking about homosexuals and also pedophiles at the same time, or pederasts at the same time, in Matthew 11:8. So, whatever. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Right? And so that weight on that is problematic for me.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Some good info. Daniel,
Whatever.
Christ, so
Right.
what do you think
That's
about this?
That's about that.
Yeah, about that. About Kim Burrell.
Not Kim Burrell.
Yeah.
That was it was like you just kind of watched and I was just like, Kim. Like one thing I do is for as he said, when you come into the church, it's homosexuality is like the ultimate sin. But there's only one reported sin in the Bible that is unrepentable, and it's not that.
What is it?
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
That's the only one. But so,
can you tell me what that means?
as
a like from a theological perspective.
It's basically like lying on the Holy Spirit, like whatever may be going on. You say that didn't happen for that. That's
Well,
but that's like
swear,
the only
but-
but like that's the only one that the Bible says is unforgivable. All others are forgivable. So when this happened, I like to talk to people who like you, brother. I would literally.
That's not really what that's in reference to, but whatever. Christians just make that shit up. God damn.
Say for everything you may have ever faced, I'm sorry. Because for what you experience or what you wake up every day and is what you naturally, for you, face, I'm sorry for how people have talked to you about it. One thing I do is I like to, Corey, you are a follower of Jesus, and like seemingly like the all. I personally, well, not even personally, but
no,
I see like, I feel that's cool, but you have to throw away a lot of the Bible also.
Which
to
I don't
not,
have a problem with.
No, and that's, you don't have a problem with.
I don't.
I do.
Ding. Of course you don't have a problem with that. But the problem is you have to throw away the entire Bible. Because once again, Matthew 5 and verse 17. Think not that I come to destroy the law or the prophets, for I did not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. So he has to throw away the entire Bible. He has no choice. Because Christ came to fulfill everything that was stated. Well, fulfill, hold on, let me make sure I get this right. Christ is meant to be the first fulfillment of everything stated in the scriptures, from the law to the prophecies. Now, of course, did he fulfill everything in his first appearance? No, but that's the whole point. The whole Bible represents him. So at the end of the day, because he's the word. So to sit up there and say that, oh, you get to pick and choose which part of the Bible so that way you can follow Christ, what are you talking about? That makes no sense, bro. And it clearly stated that Christ comes in the volume of the book. So I don't know what, what, I give up.
I do have a problem with throwing away a lot of it to just focus, but hold on, bro. Because like I think even as we talk, you seem to have some problem with Paul.
I do.
And
my problem with Paul, let me just answer real quickly. My problem with Paul is because most of our Christian religious structure is based on Paul and not Jesus. Paul says, slaves obey your masters. Jesus says, like, all of us are equal. Paul says,
no, he didn't. He didn't say anything like that.
Women are subservient to men. Jesus elevates a woman in the temple.
No, he didn't. Goddamn lie.
Right. So that's that.
And I can even understand that, because when you actually study text correctly, it's not really supposed to be like that. So when people are doing that, that's wrong. So Paul aside. Yeah. But like when we talk,
what? This guy.
About things like this, reason I don't necessarily throw out the rest, because Jesus refers to a lot of the other portions of the Bible as well. But so when I talked with people who were listening to this, I was like, all right, everything about the approach was wrong. But I'd be wrong to say if at any point it wasn't ever talked about a sin, but it's still, the approach is wrong. One thing I don't do is I'm not going to lie to you about something that might be said. It is like, okay, does it say this? Yes.
Yes.
But
might be sin?
The same way that there is grace given to me for the things I struggle to turn away from. It is given to you, but in the same grace, he also tells me, like the woman caught in the act, he said, whoever is without sin, cast the first stone. And then one by one, they dropped the stones and left. He turned to her and said, where are your accusers? Where are your condemned? They're not here. He said, neither do I. Then he said, go and sin no more. So it was both. It was both. I don't condemn you, but now go forward.
Like you gotta dig into the text.
Yeah, but I agree with those Lucky Charms over there. For one, you do gotta dig into the text, because the context of that, we've already explained the context of those verses, and it's not as just simple as, what he's trying to explain it as, oh, you're just forgiven for anything that you do. No. That's not what Christ was trying to get at, but whatever.
Wait, let me just
And-
be clear so the
go ahead.
audience is clear on what you're saying. So you're saying you don't agree with Kim Burrell's approach.
Correct.
But you agree that think it's a
with the
sin.
substance.
Okay, so
But
you
the way she said it, like that's not love.
Okay.
At all.
That's not love at all.
We're always supposed to approach in love.
Okay, I'm sorry,
There was
Paul,
no
then
love
you
there.
can respond to that. Go ahead.
I'm just to gauge. Are people upset with Kim Burrell or upset with what she says? Because hundreds of thousands
It's
of black churches
it's
say
some
the
of both.
same
Right.
message she says nationwide. So if you're upset at the message, you have to be upset at the system more than upset at her because she's just
the messenger.
she just happens to be a famous mouthpiece
I
of a
agree, but
system.
I also feel like she's in a certain position of power and fame. And I think because it was so vitriolic, everybody was just kind of like, "This is crazy." You know what I mean?
Which is understandable, but again, you're not touching
But
the root of the problem.
She's
You're just-
also in the mainstream. I think she had a song with
Yeah,
Pharrell.
Pharrell.
She's singers
Pharrell's
before,
like-
but also there's a reason why it was her. You know what I mean?
Which is understandable,
I
but
agree
again, you're completely missing the root of the problem because again, you could get her
Oh,
to be
yeah,
quiet.
yeah.
She didn't change her
It's gonna
beliefs,
be-
and
yeah.
nobody in that congregation changed her beliefs. But in particular with him, like it's just funny because I didn't even know you were gay. So it's just weird. I don't understand how. And again, educate me if I'm wrong. I don't understand how you can even take the portions of the Bible which you do take. I don't understand how you could validate that as a text when so much of it you don't even agree with.
Because that's the point. He doesn't really agree with the Bible. He's just talking. Once again, Christian, whatever that means. But you did ask a great question, brother. You atheist ass. But you did ask a great question. Like, how on earth could you sit up there and allegedly adhere to the Bible when pretty much all of it you have to pretty much throw away just to try to augment your own personal lifestyle? Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's the epitome of you being a hypocrite and a Pharisee.
So, and how can let me
address the question.
So I said wholeheartedly, I don't have problems with people picking and choosing parts of the Bible, right? That's antithetical to a lot of Christians, not to me. Here's my launching point. You cannot distill God to these 66 books, right? My experience of God is far beyond those 66 books. And so, you said that Jesus
technically what he said there, well, not that second part, but technically that first part is true. Yeah, it is true. The Most High is not limited. The Most High's wisdom is not limited to just 66 books. But the reason why it's not limited to just 66 books is because the Bible is more than 66 books. It's actually 80 or 81, depending on how you view additions to Esther. You might view that as one separate book, or just you just combine it with Esther. Because when you look at it, the way the verses are structured and stuff, it's just all the missing, it's just all the missing stuff that was taken out of the book of Esther. So, depending on how you want to view that, I don't care whether it's 80 or 81. That's the point. But while what he said within itself was right, it was still flat out wrong. It still ended up being flat out wrong. So, whatever.
just quotes a lot of Old Testament text. I assume, or
that's all that was.
Right. That's all that was. Right. So a scholar did a study to match Jesus's words to Old Testament texts, right? And something like 70% of what Jesus said, according to John Shelby Spahn, is not found in Old Testament texts. And part of the problem that the religious leaders of the
70% like what? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is he talking about? 70% was not found in the Old Testament. What does he mean by that? I would definitely have to look at that damn article to try to figure out what the hell does that even mean. But anyway.
that they have with Jesus is that they say to him, like, bro, you saying stuff that ain't never been said. Bro, you're referring to God in ways that we're not comfortable. Like this father, son, you're getting real familiar with God, and that shit ain't cool, right? These are the issues that they have with Jesus, that the majority of what he says and teaches cannot be proof text against past revelations that have been written. And so for Christians today to follow Jesus and
past revelations like what? Genesis 49, Isaiah 53, Isaiah 11, Isaiah 7. But what are you talking about? What past revelations are you referring to? Deuteronomy 18? I believe it starts at verse 15 to like 18, something like that. Like, what past revelations is this dude talking about? What past revelations is the dude that wrote the article? What is he referring to? Anyway.
And then to take the position of the same religious persecutors and say, if you do not adhere to these 66 books, nothing else matters. The Bible is right and somebody's wrong. No, the Bible is wrong and the Bible is some kind of right. And
The Bible is wrong and it's some kind of right. Oh, shit. Yo, this is hilarious. The Bible is wrong and yet it's some kind of right. Interesting. That's a real interesting statement you just made there.
Other things, and let me answer like your question. I don't have a problem with sifting through. My launching pad is always Jesus, like for better or for worse. I'm gonna start there, I'm gonna go back there, I'm gonna end there, right? Because there's a
Do
lot.
you follow the Bible, like the Old
Not all of it, and none of us who profess to be Christians do. Like, if you marry, you ain't putting.
Well, that's the point. Christians have nothing to do with the Bible, so of course y'all not gonna follow it. Anyway.
Your wife out for 2 weeks out of the month when she going through her cycle. People are here with different types of fabrics on. Y'all eating shellfish and any number. No.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole point. Christians. At the end of the day, it's not even, from what I remember, it's not even 2 weeks. So whatever.
No. I mean, I just want to be clear that all of us proof text. But my point is that God's experience is not limited to the Bible.
You have like different versions and different editions of the Bible. You have the King James version, translations, and these are translations that are done by man, like they're done by people. They could be wrong. Things could be misinterpreted. You know, when it's not. But he's right. Like one of the main.
How much you want to bet that if these translations were done by women, none of these motherfuckers would be questioning it? How much you want to bet?
Issues that they brought up, and one of the lectures about the Bible was the use of the word like eunuch. And like previously, it was believed that everywhere you saw the word eunuch, that meant a gay person. But the way that a lot of like contemporary people read religious texts is like, maybe a eunuch isn't a gay person. Maybe it's a person that just, was in their genitalia was injured. Like, it could be all these different things that in our.
Okay, but the term eunuch doesn't. My goodness. I gotta do another video on eunuch because even I got that incomplete back a couple years ago. But no, the term eunuch is way more complex than that. But you know what? Whatever.
Modern interpretation of words, of language, of dialogue. It's just different. So to even like use this book that has been translated by men, interpreted by men, and saying like, this is what the book says, so we like have to do exactly what the book says. That doesn't even work in our contemporary society.
Because we don't have that.
And the people in the book didn't even have the book.
I should
comment. I mean, Kim Burrell's an interesting position because she's a public figure in the mainstream, but this is the stuff you hear in churches all over, including my mother's church. She's Pentecostal, and she had that fire and brimstone kind of approach, but we all knew homosexuality was rampant throughout the church. And I said it to say you can't divorce this discussion about homosexuality in Black church from slavery and the idea that men were so emasculated during slavery that the Black church is taken upon itself to sort of correct that historical wrong. And that is why it is so difficult for the Black church, I think.
Okay, but why would that be wrong? I'm confused. If being a homosexual is a good thing, how come being emasculated so that way your thought process would gear towards that life choice? Why would that be a bad thing if being gay is a good thing? Interesting.
to grapple with this concept
There's some weight
of homosexuality.
Thank you, Aisha. Go
There's
ahead,
some weight
Don.
to that.
So, like, I'm very young in my faith. I didn't grow up religious. But from what I understand and what she said, she used the word perverted a lot.
Very.
Yes.
But and this is kind of my issue with how the Black church looks at homosexuality in general. Like, perverted isn't just gay. Like, when you use the word perverted, it's not just because there's two people of the same sex. Right. Like sex is perverted. And frankly, if you are not...
Sex is perverted? Sex itself is perverted.
married to your spouse and having sex, it's a perverted act, right? And so,
According to what? According to the Bible or according to the church? Interesting.
So I'm not done. So as a result, like, so as and my issue is that the Black church, from what I understand, it spent so much time talking about that one act of perversion, right? And not because it's two gay people, just because it's two people having sex. They spend so much time on that one act of perversion, and frankly, not an equal amount of time of even extramarital sex, even premarital sex, like that. It's just unfair, and it becomes, and I can understand how if you were gay growing up in a church, that you just feel like, damn, like my two friends just had sex, and because like I'm attracted to somebody else, I'm gonna die. Like that's
it's hypocritical.
it's just very hypocritical, and it can lead. Frank, and I feel like those are the types of things, and those are the type of hypocritical messages and feelings that take people away from spirituality. Because if this is your home to be spiritual, and they're telling you you're wrong when you see other people doing something that you heard was wrong as well, but they keep harping on this one thing and one thing and one thing over and again, and be like, man, all right, well, I don't know, I'm out. That's how I would feel about
I think even before you say I'm out, it can cause a lot of pain.
That caused a lot of bad.
People have lost their bad
things.
I think Kim Burrell is very dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. Y'all are definitely all confused. What the fuck?
And I feel like
I'm sorry, can you
you gotta
repeat
just
that?
jump in here real quick. But I think Kim Burrell is real dangerous. I think she's very dangerous, and I want to be clear that the reason why gay people have such a problem with Kim Burrell is because gay people fucking love Kim Burrell. Actually loved Kim Burrell to a large extent. Kim Burrell has been, and the reason why is because Kim Burrell is so talented. And so are we. Gay people, for a large majority of gay men in a church, can sing everybody underneath the table. So there's
So his marketing scheme for why gays should be in the church is because allegedly they can sing real well. Interesting. Once again, Christian, wherever the fuck that means.
there's a certain type of appreciation that we have for Kim Burrell until she opened up her fucking mouth and said something so disrespectful. And I'm not here for it. And the reason why is because she has to be responsible for the things that she says. Because people who are ignorant and dumb as fuck sit in the pew, God bless them. Because what they do is that they come to church and they listen to somebody like Kim Burrell for direction. And what she does is that she puts my life in danger, and I don't appreciate it. There is nowhere in the Bible where it says anything about loving gay relationships being a sin.
None.
There is nowhere that it says that. But that is not the narrative that has been spewed, and it's the same thing that white people have done forever in trying to justify slavery and justify the things and why they treat black people. It's the same fucking thing. And until people get their heads out of their asses and stop wanting to marinate in privilege. Because when you wake up, when you were living your life and all of a sudden you were attracted to women, you went about your business, you didn't think about me. And when I just happened to like men, you weren't thinking about me. And I think like that's what really, really bothers me and irks me. And for like everybody who's watching this, for you guys, this is serious. There are so many crimes against transgender people, so many crimes against gay people, and it happens a lot by people who look just like us in terms of color, and people who have experienced poverty and a lot of things like that in our own neighborhoods who treat us like shit. And I'm tired of it. And Kim Burrell will never see another dime of my money. And any institution that is disrespectful to me is not getting my money, because I am very loving. And I am so fortunate that I have been able to find God in myself so that I can liberate myself from hating myself.
And you can see that
because of people like her. And I just think that, you know, once again, when we have this conversation, challenge people. Where does it say that being gay is sin? Where exactly does it say?
Okay, so does it say that in the Bible?
No, does it? Now.
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Ha ha! I let him run. I let him run his mouth. I let him run his mouth, man. Hold up. Hold up. We gotta go back. Back to the work. Back to the classics. Give me a second. We gonna let this run. We gonna let it run, boy. We gonna let it run. We gonna let it run. There's a challenge being made. There is a challenge being made. There's a challenge being made. Looks like somebody's trying to lay down the gauntlet. Hold up. Give it a second. Give me a second. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's get the full context of this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And then flock of eyes bugged out, boy. He looking like me right now. Really? You gonna lay down this challenge? Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Here we go.
You know, once again, when we have this conversation, challenge people. Where does it say that being gay is sin? Where exactly does it say?
What did you say, nigga?
Challenge people. Where does it say that?
Here we go.
Where exactly does it say?
So that's the way it's gonna be, huh?
Bitch, bet, motherfucker, bet, nigga, bet it, bitch, bet, fuck you, bet.
Bet, nigga. Y'all ready?
Here we go.
Real work, nigga. Hold on. We gonna break this shit down. Genesis 19 and verse 1. And there came two angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat at the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and turned in unto them. And they turned in unto him, and entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. Now let's get into why he was telling them they wanted to be in the house. All right. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said to him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. Uh-oh. And Lot went out the door and said unto them, and shut the door after them, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Hold on. Behold, now I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your own eyes. Come on, Lot, that's ridiculous. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. Now, why? Now, keep in mind, if you didn't get the context of this before verse 8, you should understand now when they said, let us know them. When they said, let us know the men, what are they talking about? Sexually, i.e. what? Homosexuality, okay? If not rape, by the way. But anyway, Genesis 19, verse 9. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. And he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. Wow, these niggas, oof. Bruh. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. Why did he do all that? Because they wanted the men. They didn't even want the daughters. They didn't want nothing to do with that. They wanted, man, they wanted men, okay? That's all I gotta say. I ain't trying to be too vulgar here, but you get the fucking point. Moving on. One reference to being homosexuality being wrong, but let's keep going. Here is the law, a commandment. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. Okay? Abomination. A fucking abomination. Okay? Boom. Just to read it, Leviticus 20 and 13. If a man also lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Once again, third reference, 3-0. Moving on. Judges 19, starting at verse 16. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field, and even which was also of Mount Ephraim, and he sojourned in Gibeah, but the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he had lifted his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the street of the city. And the old man said, Whither goest thou? And whence comest thou? And where comest thou? And he said to him, We are passing from Bethlehem, Judah, towards towards the side of Mount Ephraim, where thence am I. And I went to Bethlehem, Judah, but I am now going to the house of the Lord, where there is no man that receiveth me to house. Judges 19 verse 19. Yet they're both straw and provender, whatever, for our asses, and there is bread and wine also for me, and for thy handmaid, and for the young man which is with thy servants. There is no want of anything. And the old man said, Peace be with thee. Howsoever, let all thy wants lie upon me. Only lodge not in the street. So he brought him into the house and gave provender unto the asses, and they washed their feet and did eat and drink. Verse 22. Now as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about, and beat at the door, and spake to the master of the house, the old man, saying, Bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may know him. Okay, we just read that in Genesis 19. What know him means, but we're about to get to that again. And the man, the master of the house, went out unto them and said unto them, Nay, my brethren, nay, I pray you, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into my house. Do not this folly. Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine. Them I will bring out now, and humble ye them, and do with them what seemeth good unto you. But unto this man do not so vile a thing. Once again, what is that talking about? Sex. Okay? They was gonna have their way with the man, but the dude, as you guys know, if you guys read Genesis 19, the man of the house was able to properly exchange with the Benjamites, the daughter and the concubine of the man, instead of the man himself. That's the only difference between Judges 19 and Genesis 19. Yeah, it's a big difference, but that's the only difference. So once again, proving once again that is wicked. Well, it's wicked behavior all around, but it's wicked behavior to engage in homosexuality. Once again. So that's 4-0. Moving on. First Kings 14 verse 24. And there were also sodomites in the land, and they did according to all abominations of the nations which the Lord Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. I forgot to read okay. First Kings 15 verse 12. And he took away the sodomites out of the land, and removed all the idols that his fathers have made. Now granted, that's more so referring to spiritual, but we're going to look up the term sodomite from what I remember when I made this video. So Second Kings 23 and 7. And he brake down the houses of the sodomites, that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove. Now that's more so referring to a spiritual aspect, but we're going to break down that term sodomite. I can't remember if it was right now or not. Look at that. Sodomite, a male temple prostitute, sacred person, a male devoted by prostitution. Now, of course, it can be idolatry, okay? So you could be a spiritual sodomite as well. But of course, he said, where is homosexuality a sin? Well, a sodomite is a male prostitute, one that sleeps with other men. No, that is an absolute no-no. And as we clearly read, sodomites were cast out before the Lord. So clearly, that is wrong, 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 wrong. That being homosexuality according to the Old Testament is okay. So that's already the Old Testament. So, anyway. Oh shit. No, we gotta go to Romans. Romans chapter 1, starting at verse 17. For therein is the righteousness of the Most High revealed from faith to faith, as it is written. The just shall live by faith. Habakkuk chapter 2. For the wrath of the Most High is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of the Most High is manifest in them, for the Most High has showed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power for the Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Okay. Verse 21. Because that when they knew the Most High, they glorified him not as the power, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God, the incorruptible power, into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creepy things, i.e. what? Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, verses 15 through 20, what you guard yourself against. Anyway, therefore the Most High also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves. Who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause the Most High gave them unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into which is against nature. And likewise also the men, having the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust towards one another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves the recompense of their error, which was meet. And even if they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, the Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do these things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers. Come on. Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wicked. Oh wait, hold on. I just read that. Backbiters, haters of the Most High, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, not religious breakers, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of the Most High that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Sounds like 5-0 to me, but keep going. 1 Corinthians 6 and verse 9. Yo, know that ye not the unrighteous shall inherit the kingdom of God, the kingdom of the Most High. Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of the Most High. And such were some of you. But ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified in the name of the Lord Yahushua and by the Spirit of our God, our power, Yahweh. Boom. 6-0. First Timothy 1 and 8. Love this one. But we know that the law is good if man uses it lawfully. Knowing this, that the law is not made for the righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for the unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers for themselves, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, for man stealers, for liars, for perjured persons, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine. 7-0. Jude verse 7. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah. Come on, bro. That's the spirit, bro. Once again, declaring the end from the beginning, bro. That's how it started, right? In Genesis 19. Look how it ends right here in Jude verse 7. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in the matter, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. 8-0. Once again, we're about to repeat the same point that we've already given in this live stream. So let's do it. Look at it. Look at that shit, man. Look at that shit. We've already proven this once. We're proving it again, man. Look at that shit, man. Look at it. In the words of the Hodge twins, look at it. Look at it. Now respect it. Yeah. Oh, shit. Look at that shit, man. Look at that shit. We've already went over this. Come on, man. You can't make this shit up, bro. When somebody if somebody gonna challenge you on this shit, you give them the information, and hey, if they wanna, if they wanna go about it after that, not worshiping the Most High in the way that needs to be done, hey, that's on them. Focus on your salvation. Philippians 4 and 12. Challenge complete. Challenge complete. Anyway, back to the video. Well, we've already been over that. Now, this is where he fucked up at. Now, granted, in my video, I just went from order from first to last, but where he should have went to was literally the law in Leviticus. He should have literally went there. 18:22 verses 20 and 13. That's where he should have went at. That should have been it. Finito, done deal. Boom. Party's over. But because he went to Genesis 19 first, he's gonna try to spin it and try to put a different historical context on it. That's why you don't go, when it comes to stuff like this, when it's clearly given in the law, you go to the law first and then you explain the historical context of it. Then you go there. But when you go history first with dudes like this, not saying that he's going to be wrong necessarily. Not saying he's going to be wrong necessarily, but this gives him the excuse to spin, to narrative spin. No, you got to cut all that narrative spinning off by going straight to the law. Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20 and 13. Cut them. Finito. That's it. Done deal. At the end of the day, you probably should be arguing with motherfuckers like this anyway, because it's just a waste of time. Once again, Matthew 7-6, do not cast what's holy onto the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine. So it is what it is with him. But if you're going to give somebody some intel on this topic, don't allow them to try to narrative spin. Hit them with the law, and then if you want to go into historical context after that, that's cool. But make sure you hit them with the law first. That way they can't refute nothing. You know what? Wait a minute. Let's just watch my version of this, because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really am.
Wait, does it say that in the Bible?
Yeah. Now, does it now?
Wait, let Mouse talk. Let Mouse talk.
Put it in context. Now,
I need
all
the
we
context.
do speak about now. It does speak about the sexual perversion that was taking place, and that was extremely prevalent in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Pause.
Wait, let him finish.
Christian.
Hold that thought. Hold it.
I hate the Sodom and Gomorrah example.
No,
I bet you do.
I'm not saying I hate it. I love everybody.
No.
Boy, if you don't
stop wasting my fucking time and get to the goddamn point.
No, but what I'm saying is, so let's just jump out there.
Please.
Yeah, let's just jump out there and say, being gay is wrong. Let's say it, right? It says in the Bible, whoever can find it, boom, say amen. Right? That's what they do in the church. If you find the scripture, say amen. So whoever at home find that scripture, say amen. Nigga.
Stop wasting my fucking time and get to the goddamn point.
But then let's also find a scripture where it says partaking of alcohol and mind-altering drugs is wrong. Let's also talk about all right.
Oh shit.
No, but what I'm saying is let's take all of that and say it is wrong. I'm not gonna point out, because I have tattoos, I'm not gonna point out the gay person and say, hey, you wronger than me. There's no such thing. Nigga. There is no level.
Wait, but this
you
is,
get what
I
I'm
think
saying?
what Jonathan is saying is that it's not even in the Bible.
Hey, thank you, Ghetto.
You are a dumbass, man. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, man.
Kev, come on.
You need to grow up, man.
But no, it is.
Can I add context, please?
Go ahead.
Right, because this is important. The Sodom and Gomorrah example, God decides to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah before there's this insertion of sexual deviant behavior. Right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, he didn't.
He has the conversation. I'm going to fuck the city up. Abraham says, "Wait, what? I'm translating to my purpose." Right?
Stop it. Stop with the crap. Because first off, why did he say that? He just said it just because. He's just gonna fuck up Sodom and Gomorrah just because. Really? Like there were no reasons stated in Genesis, I believe, 18th chapter, near the latter end of the chapter, why he was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. He just did it just because, just for fun, just for kicks and giggles. All right.
I'm going to destroy the city. And Abraham negotiates with God about if there's righteous people there, are you going to destroy it? Right?
Thank you, Ghetto. He already knew there was
none. So what happens is two angels go to Lot's house, and we don't know where God went because there were three of them, then there were two, right? So
what?
The angels get there, and all the men come to the city, right? Or to Lot's door to rape these visitors, right? The context is rape is used as a tool of war in Near Eastern culture, where I did not like you. I conquered your land, and then I raped the men to show how disempowered you were. That was the problem with Sodom. That was the problem with Sodom and Gomorrah. God specifically says, "You all are unkind to visitors." He says that, and then gets there.
How were they too kind to visitors?
And gets.
Thank you, sir. Like, bruh, if homosexuality was not a problem, then having sex with other men, they would be too kind to visitors. Did you? Oh my God, man, bruh. Why were they unkind to visitors? Because they were. Oh my God, they were engaging in defilement, bruh. Sexual wickedness. They were tainting the visitors. People that would come visit the city, especially men, they would taint them by having sex with them. Oh my God. See, this is where you fucked up, man. You should have went with the law. You should have went with Leviticus. Fuck! Whatever.
There. No. And gets there to the door, right? The angels are there. The men from the city come, and they're going to rape the two men. Lot says, "Wait, don't rape these two men. Take my daughters." And God never says anything in protest, to a father offering his daughters to be raped by the same men that you are trying to protect two strangers from. And it shows how dispensable women are and how patriarchal God seemingly is, because we apply these things. And so, like, the Bible cannot be used. It can't be used out of context.
We're going to get to that, but thank you, Ghetto, for the good question.
No. And look, what's happening here is what I meant to say earlier. See, it's easy for a preacher who isn't gay to get up there and bash homosexuals, right? But let's hear the message he got about liars when he had liars. Let's hear the message he's speaking about adultery when he's an adulterer. It's very easy to remove yourself from a sin that you're not afflicted from to talk about anybody.
Thank you, Ghetto.
I don't give a fuck. And that's what's going on here, right? You don't need to tell me everything to dispute that. What you live in your life makes you feel good. Just be the best you.
What? Nigga, what the fuck are you doing?
Me living my life the way I'm living my life is the best me. Let me feel good. But it's not my job to start condemning people going to hell.
Man, fuck this. Yeah, I agree with you, Ghetto. Fuck this shit, man. Fuck it. All right. Now, he said something ignorant. We're going to close this out because the rest of this video is just nonsense. But you know what? Let's close this out with a scripture here. Let's close this out. Let's close this out with a very important scripture, because he tried to act like there was no judgment for Lot making that BS decision. So let's go there. Let's go to Genesis. It should be Genesis 19. It should be the rest of the chapter. Where am I looking at? Genesis. Why can I not find it? There we go. Genesis 19. All right. Move. Move. Okay. Destroy. You know what? Whatever. Okay, we'll just read. This is how we're going to close out for the most part. Genesis 19, starting at verse 12. Then the men said to Lot, Have you anyone else here? What kind of language is that? Have you anyone else here? Son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and welcomer you have in the city. Take them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before the face of the Lord Yahweh, and the Lord Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law who had married his daughters, and said, Get up, get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy the city. But to his sons-in-law he seemed to be joking. See that? So the sons-in-law, they didn't listen. When the morning dawned and the angels urged Lot to hurry, say, Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city. And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, and the Lord being merciful to him, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. So it came to pass, when they had brought them outside, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed. Then Lot said to them, Please know, my lords, indeed now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have increased your mercy, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me and I die. See now, this city is near enough to flee to. And it is a little one. Please let me escape there. It is not a little one, and my soul shall live. And he said to him, See, I have favored you concerning this thing also, in that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there. Therefore the name of this city shall be called Zoar. The sun has risen upon the earth when Lot enters Zoar. Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. So he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. Once again, because she wanted to go back to the city. Anyway, and Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land, which went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when the Most High destroyed the cities of the plain, and the Most High remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, then he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. Now here's the judgment for Lot for offering his 2 daughters to be raped. Here we go. Verse 30. Then Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him. For he was afraid to dwell in Zoar, and he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, as is the custom of all the earth. Delusional bitches. There was probably niggas right next door and shit. Anyway, come, Let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father. Meaning what? Incest, which is part of fornication, sexual wickedness. So they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger, indeed, I lay with my father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that they may preserve the lineage of our father. Then they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose, i.e., what? Unless basically they committed incest with their father through molestation or rape, whatever. Thus both daughters of Lot were with child by their father, incest. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger she bore also a son, and his name Benami. He is the father of the people of Ammon to this day. You see that shit? That was the judgment for Lot for offering his two daughters for rape. He got raped by his two daughters. So where is this notion from that he's saying that Lot did not face no judgment, Sodom and Gomorrah faced no judgment for the wicked deeds that they did? He tried to say that there was, the Most High just destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah just because. Like, come on, bro, stop it. Oh, let me see something. Genesis 18. Intercede for Sodom. Let's see. Then the men arose from there and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to send them on the way. And the Lord Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I have known him in order that he may command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord Yahweh to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord Yahweh may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. Then the Lord Yahweh said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know. Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord Yahweh. And Abraham came near and said, what? Would you also destroy the righteousness with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 righteous within the city, would you also destroy the place and not spare it for the 50 righteous people that were in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do so right? So the Lord Yahweh said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. Then Abraham answered and said, Indeed now, I who am the dust and the ashes have taken upon it myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose there were 5 less than 50 righteous. Would you destroy all of the city for the lack of 5? So he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spoke to him yet again and said, suppose there be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for the sake of 40. And he said, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there. So he said, I will not do it if find 30 there. And he said, indeed now I have taken upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 should be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for my sake, for the sake, but not for my sake, for the sake of 20. Then he said, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak but once more. Suppose 10 should be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. So the Lord So the Lord Yahweh went his way as soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Once again, it clearly says in verse 20, right here, and the Lord Yahweh said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me. And if not, I will know. Okay? How did he do that? With the two men, with the two angels. Then the two angels, the two men, the two celestial beings, disguised as terrestrial, whatever, turned away from there and went towards Sodom, but Abraham still stood before the Lord. That's how he got that report. And that report was confirmed that the civilization of Sodom and Gomorrah was completely corrupt in Genesis 19. Where is this nigga getting this notion from that, oh, well, none of that matters? The Most High just decided to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah just because. Where is he getting this shit from? It's a goddamn lie. But you know what? Whatever. Just making shit up. Just like all religions, man. But you know what? That was, I just wanted to do those 3 videos. It took a little longer than I thought it was going to. But that's just a launching pad, more so for the reintroduction to when I do volume 2 to that series. Hopefully starting this summer. I got some other stuff, not only with live streams, but also got other projects that I want to do before that. That's going to take a little bit more time to develop. So yeah, that's that. But before we close out, before we close out, speaking of Patreon, just to give it a little screen share, just in case y'all want to fuck with the Patreon, you know what I mean? Hold on. There we go. All right, y'all see that? All right, this is the Patreon right here. Y'all can hit me up for the link. Y'all can custom pledge for as low as $1 a month. I'm not greedy at all, especially right now since I'm not necessarily creating on Patreon right now, but it's just support, the work that I do in general from a financial perspective. Either way, it's up to you. I'm not pressing it. It's what it is. Fuck with the content. There's content on there as well, along with Religion of the Most High Volume 1. There's other series on there that I've done. That's on there as well. So if you want to tune into that, you can do that as well. I greatly appreciate it. But as always, before we go, we can't forget the last precept in the scriptures. Okay? We can't forget that shit. We can't go without it. We gotta get it. Hold on. 1 second. Revelation 22. Oh yeah, just to get the notion, real quick. Revelation 22 and 11. My bad. Revelation 22 and 12. This is Christ's testimony. I could have sworn somebody in the first video said that we don't need no more work. Really? Well, that's not what Christ said. Christ clearly said, behold, I am coming quickly, and my reward is with me to give to everyone according to his work. Work. Okay? What is that work? Blessed are those who keep the commandments. Verse 14. Blessed are those who do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may enter through the gates into the city. But outside are dogs and sorcerers and sexually immoral and murderers and idolaters and whoever loves and practices a lie. Meaning what? Religion is a lie. If you are a religious person, you are a dog. You are an outsider. You are a sorcerer. You very well could be a sexually immoral. You very well could be a fornicator, as we saw in these 3 damn videos. But anyway, you're a murderer, i.e. what? You're a spiritual murderer at the very least of the truth. And an idolater. You worship wood, if not stone or a statue, whatever. You love and practice lies. So if you are an Israelite, i.e. what? You're a descendant of the 12 tribes of Israel, I would advise you to stop doing that shit. Because once again, the last precept, Verse 18, for I testify to everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to these things, the Most High will add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, the Most High shall take away his part from the book of life, from the holy city, and from the things that are written, which are written in this book. He who testifies to these things say, surely I am coming quickly. Amen. Even so, Lord Yahushua, the grace of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach be with you all. Amen. Okay? It's that simple. How do we not add to the scriptures? How do we not take away from the scriptures? How do we continue to usurp? What's the word for it? How do we continue to bypass all of these tricks and gimmicks that Satan has for us in these times? Look, man, y'all already know what it is. Y'all already know how we do it. Y'all already know how this stuff gets done. Look, man, hold on. Y'all know what it is. Come on, man, y'all see that right there. Y'all see that on the screen. You got to return to the code so that way you can properly Kahala Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Nagad HaKotasah Mayan HaRashayaf, man. But the bottom once again means declaring the end from the beginning. That's what we do. We study the end, we study the beginning, and may it all connect, man. At the end of the day, may the Most High continue to receive. May the Most High continue to give us this daily bread, mental, physical, most importantly, spiritual. Through all our transgressions, may the Most High remain merciful towards us. May we remain humble but towards Him, so that way we can receive the information that is needed to enter into the kingdom, to enter into that holy city, man. But, you know, I got love for all y'all brothers, but let's be for real. It's been long enough. And I'm pretty sure, you know what, not only am I tired of talking, but I'm pretty sure y'all tired of fucking listening. So with that being said, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Another live stream. We'll kind of figure out, I'll kind of figure out what topic I'll use. I'll be back tomorrow, Lord willing. So until then, y'all brothers stay sharp. I appreciate all y'all coming through. Messiah, TKP, Randy, Chef Yonde, D Real G, the boy JC. Who else came in here? I believe I mentioned Messiah already. If I didn't, shout out to Messiah. Who else was in here? Who else was in here? Zoe, my boy Zoe was in the building tonight. And for all you brothers that will watch the playback, I appreciate the love and support. Once again, all my social media platforms is Ghetto Genius 144, Patreon, Instagram, and YouTube. So you guys can support me there. Follow, pledge, wherever you want to do it. Once again, custom pledge is at $1 a month on Patreon. I appreciate the support, whether you do it or not. I appreciate all the support always. But once again, I just said it. I'm tired of talking, and I'm pretty sure y'all tired of fucking listening. So with that being said, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.